Welcome to the European Tour Betcast, live from the final round of the DP World Tour Championship at the Jumeirah Golf Estates in Dubai. My name is Kit Alexander. I'm alongside Warren Humphreys. And not just the final round of this week's tournament, the final week of the season. And this is our first featured group today. Laurie Cantor. And that just fired down the right-hand side and into the rough. Warren, a little look at the low round odds between Laurie Cantor and his playing partner, Danny Willett. A winner here at the DP World Tour Championship in 2018. Well, Cantor's the 5-4 on favourite. Danny Willett, 23-20 on. Who do you fancy here, Warren?
I actually would fancy Danny Willett. Personally, I think maybe his experience here this week on the putting surface, on the greens, might be the telling factor.
Yeah, cracking first tee shot from Willett. Yeah, you mentioned the putting. Willett's putting has improved each day this week, so warming to his task. Obviously has great memories here, having picked up the trophy 3 years ago. And there's a little look at Sergio Garcia. He'll be playing alongside Thomas Dietrich in our second feature group here on the European Tour Betcast. They tee off at 9:40 AM local time, so that's about 38 minutes from now. Garcia 7-4 on favourite. Thomas Dietrich 5-4. Any chance the Belgian springs a little bit of an upset and beats his Spanish counterpart in today's final round?
Well, Garcia being watched for his father Victor, obviously trying to give him a few little tips before going out as we watch Willett play his approach to the first.
Yeah, not too bad. Finds the heart of the green, just favouring a club long.
But if you are a bit wide here, this is what you can find. Wasteland area, there's bark. Underneath the bark is sand, but Cantor looks to have picked up a really good lie. You don't often see this. Can he make use of it? There he is in the prepared sand area as opposed to a wasteland area.
From desert to sand trap, and that's going to be a pretty tricky shot to that front right pin. Not a huge amount of green to work with there.
Yet to win on the European Tour, but a man everyone predicts that it can't be too far away before he lifts a trophy. Not going to lift it this week, mind you.
10 top 10s since the resumption after the little break due to the pandemic last year. Laurie Cantor, he suddenly just exploded when golf came back. But as you say, still looking for that first win.
Yeah, in his last few weeks coming into the event, he's played pretty well. Cantor, highlighted by the second place finish at the BMW PGA. He's got some new irons this week, Sergio Garcia. Loves the irons. It's been the driver that's gone awry.
Oh, you got something on tomorrow? Okay.
Driver this week for Garcia, not his favourite club at the moment.
The man in your picture, Laurie Cantor, 74, 71, 68 this week. Well, on that progression, he should shoot 65 today.
Gosh, wouldn't he love that? Very capable, all these players, so capable, but not easy playing out of these bunkers. Very hard to get some spin downhill to the hole.
2-1 on to get up and down the bookies. I mean, I said it was a tricky shot beforehand, and as you can see, really struggling to stop it. 6-4 it was, bogey or worse, before he played that, bearing in mind the pin position he was playing to.
How hard it is to get it up and down out of sand this week. It's pretty tricky. It's not like the regular stuff.
And Thomas Dietrich there, the man who, as we said, is playing alongside Sergio Garcia. 27th on the race to Dubai, 82nd in the world rankings. Another player looking for a first win though, Warren.
Well, I was just going to say, this is actually a terrific pairing. You've got two really sweet swingers, haven't you? I mean, they're both renowned as being great strikers of the ball. This is a young player who really looks very good from tee to green. Maybe on the greens, not his strongest point.
So 15-2 on the 2-putt for par for Danny Willett here. 8-1 this goes in, Warren.
Yeah, a lot of swing on this from right to left.
Can't imagine Danny Willett with 3-putt from this kind of distance.
Listen, anyone who dons a green jacket knows how to conduct themselves on pretty fast greens, and greens with a lot of slope. So I don't think he'll have any trouble working out the putts.
No, so it was.
Has he just got the feel in the fingers today?
Well, that one was pretty good for pace, as you said, with a lot of break and a little bit downhill. Not one he was ever going to race at the hole, but safely in for the 2-putt and the par for Danny Willett.
I know, bit of caddying.
Just a smidge inside 15 feet for Laurie Cantor. Starting the day at 3 under par. In a tie for 42nd. It's the same score as his playing partner Danny Willett.
Well, he's made par every day on this hole. Doesn't want to start with a bogey today. Uphill putt can be bowled. Oh, that's in the end a good sand save. Par does get the sand save, but had to do it more with the putter than with the sand iron.
Yeah, took the scenic route down the hole. Laurie Cantor into the right-hand desert off the tee. That bunker short of the green, but it's a 4 that goes down on the card. A little look at Garcia's career there. An absolute legend of the European Tour, of European golf. Of course, picked up that maiden major victory at the Masters in 2017. 16 European Tour wins, 11 on the PGA Tour, and their 10 Ryder Cup appearances. Record points scorer in the Ryder Cup. I mean, perhaps not as many majors as we would have expected when he sprung onto the scene at 17, but an incredible career nonetheless.
Oh yeah, I'm amazed that he's not won more. I was just thinking there with Victor, who played on the European Tour way back when it first started. I wonder how many shots he's seen his son hit. Now that's a bit of statistical information I don't have, but I bet it's a few. Well, it could be a million or so.
I was going to say into the millions, surely.
Yeah.
From when he was a little boy, Victor goes to a lot of tournaments with Sergio, his coach. Yeah, that's a lot of time spent on the driving range and the golf course together.
Yeah, it would be just the odd word, you'd have to say. But he doesn't get asked too often. Dad, can you come and have a look at me?
Thomas Dietrich, 26 top 10s in 125 events on the European Tour. So about every 1 in 5 he finds himself in the top 10, which is a really good rate, especially early on in a career. Didn't take him too long to find his feet on the main tour. So longest drive on this hole, Laurie Cantor, the 5-4 favourite on the par 5 second. Willett 13-8. No fairway is 5-2. It's not the most difficult one to hit. Cantor has more power. You'd have to favour him.
Oh, do you know, if you'd have said beforehand, Willett is sneaky long. Cantor is very long. But this is wayward. Well, not as far right as the first, but okay. And you've got to pick your spots. If you are going to miss fairways, there are areas where you can get away with it a little bit better than other holes. I was thinking of 9. It's very thick down the right of 9, but not down the left. Really want to hit the fairway here. Second shot is downhill. This tee shot slightly uphill.
You've got to hit the fairway to win the longest drive, and that's what Danny Willett has done. So despite averaging about 10 yards less than his playing partner Laurie Cantor off of the tee, it is Willett who takes the longest drive on the second, finding the fairway.
Might not last too long, but I am going to just... That's one in the air. Early little WH win.
I'll give you that one, Warren. You were absolutely spot on there.
Well, I have to highlight, you know, every now and again, because I'm not always right, that's for sure.
Well, it's been an incredible Race to Dubai season on the European Tour this year. Well, that's the projected Race to Dubai rankings as things stand right now. So the leaders not yet to get on the course at the DP World Tour Championship, but Collin Morikawa, as things stand, would be the first American to top those rankings. Rory Mcilroy, of course, with a one-shot lead heading into today's final round. He would jump up to 4th. You can see Cantor there. It would be a little slide for him. Willett as well on that page. As we look further down, Marcus Armitage having a really good week. John Catlin as well. Not a name many people are fancying to make a charge today, but 11 under par, just 3 off of the lead. Jeff Vinter, a recent winner as well, finishing the season really strongly. So Danny Willett, all in black today. Well, that's going to get a bit hot because the weather's been absolutely superb this week. A little bit warmer than normal at this time of year in Dubai, and that has contributed to the fact that, as Warren said, the rough not quite as long as it has been in previous years, but it's great conditions for playing golf, and that's been reflected in the scoring this week, hasn't it, Warren?
Oh, absolutely. And you know, that has been disproved about black and white clothing.
Has it?
Yeah, has absolutely no bearing.
You learn something every day. And here I am wearing a white shirt today like an idiot.
It's just to do with the material, nothing to do with the colours. Anyway, there we go.
You're a mine of information, Warren. I always learn something sitting next to you.
Just one of those things.
So interesting, even in the distances as well. Willett, as you say, sneaky long, so it was longer anyway. Of course, Cantor will have lost a bit of run from hitting it in the rough, but not as much between them as you might think.
Well, you'd like to be tall. I'm wondering if you light up another 100 to it. Yeah, I'm all right with that. It's an easy shot, isn't it? I don't think yeah.
Is it Gary or Guy Tilsdon on the bag? I always get confused. The twins, the Caddy twins.
Yeah, they're pretty identical. Maybe not quite as identical as the Hogarths, but not far off.
There's a pretty fluid action, isn't it? You know, if you wanted to copy a swing, it wouldn't be a bad swing to emulate.
Look at his stats from yesterday's 72.
Some people just find the game naturally very easy. I think he's one of them. This guy's just been unbelievably talented. Another man who's really from tee to green, never had too much trouble with the game.
Well, I was really surprised with the 74 yesterday. I was expecting Garcia to kick on, give himself a chance to win today, but that stat at the bottom there, 5 of 14 fairways hit, that tells the story somewhat. We had him here in our Betcast coverage on the opening round, and he did have a little wobble in the middle where he did struggle with the driver, didn't he?
Yeah, definitely. It almost looked as if he was struggling to get the ball in the end. It fell back a lot, didn't have his usual rhythm and balance at all. Just watch the rhythm and balance here. The width of swing. This is all wide arc and leverage. And that's a feature that Rory has. If the impact is in the right place in the middle, then the backswing and the downswing tend to be balanced. But if you put the impact either a little bit before or after impact, then you tend to be unbalanced and you fall off your feet. So that's another sign to know that the guy's actually maximum speed is right at the bottom of the ball, where the ball is.
So missing the fairway, and the bookies have Cantor at 5-4 on for the par here. 5-4 birdie or better. We did hear him speaking about laying up, but with that club in hand, it looks like he's going for it.
Yeah, it's not too bad if you finish in a fairway bunker. Pin today back left. Don't really want to go left. It's a little short. Not the ideal place, because he will again be pitching onto a downslope. It's where you miss round here. You've got to miss in the right spots. What a lie Willett's got on an upslope. So he can launch this in the air. That wasn't very good.
Yeah, not a great shot, but the odds reflected 11-8 on for birdie from the fairway. Apologies for any language you heard there. Yeah, that not one of Danny Willett's best. A long way right, clattering the trees and coming down.
What a lucky break. You see how it kicked back towards the course, didn't finish completely off balance, didn't finish in the wasteland area, the sand and the bark, but that is a magnificent break. Now, if he gets it up and down from there after that, wow.
That was a long way up the tree as well, actually. It hit it further up on second look than I thought it initially did. That was going a long way in if it hadn't hit them.
Yeah, that's a big break. He may not think it's a break, but...
well, certainly better than being the 30-odd yards into them that he was going to be if it didn't bounce back. Well, there, bottom right, you can see Rory Mcilroy, one-shot lead going into the final round of the DP World Tour Championship. Englishman Sam Horsfield, the birdie machine, is his nearest challenger. There's a host of guys going in today hoping to get their hands on the trophy and the around $3 million winner's check. Wouldn't be bad for the bank balance at the end of the week.
Yeah, it's not this department of the game that this fella, I think, needs to sharpen up. If he developed a really good short game, I mean mustard, if he was mustard around the green, he'd probably win 3 or 4 tournaments a year.
I'd say that the perception of Thomas Dietrich is that he doesn't hole enough putts necessarily to win. Statistically, his putting's reasonably strong. He's 70th in strokes gained putting on the tour this year. So picks up 0.2 shots per round on the field average. It's perhaps, though, and sometimes the stats don't always show this, it's holding the putts at the right times when you're in contention. It's those vital 4, 6, 8 footers on a Sunday afternoon that you need to either keep momentum or get the birdie that's going to get you over the line.
Well, he had the chance to win at the Forest of Arden, didn't he? And it missed a 3 or 4 footer at the last. Yeah.
It's not just hitting the shots, it's hitting the shots at the right moments.
Well, that was a 3-putt finish too. Two putts would have been at least a playoff. He had a putt to win. In the end, didn't get the playoff.
Who's got the easier up and down from here? It will be Willett to go first. He's further away, but a better angle.
Oh yeah, comfortably a better angle. And, you know, coming from the rough, okay, it wouldn't be ideal. You can never quite guarantee whether you're going to get it exactly out the middle of the blade, but you know it's going to release from here. You're not going to get as much spin. He has that little mound to contend with, so he'll need to pitch it short of that. So this is going to be a running shot.
21 to 10 to make birdie or better, so that's relatively generous odds given how close he is to the hole, but not a straightforward shot. Would you fancy him to get up and down from here though?
Well, this is no easy. You're probably more likely par from here than birdie, I would suggest, unless you can hold a decent putt. Hard to get it really close. And he was expecting that to run on and didn't.
Yeah, almost caught it a bit too well and got a bit too much of club face on ball from the rough there.
Well, that might give a little bit of heart to Cantor. I wonder whether he's seen it. Not sure where he's going to pitch this. Has to come in very high. Yeah, he's trying to throw it high and come back off the slope. Excellent, really well thought out, brilliantly played.
Yeah, super shot from Laurie Cantor. Ranks 160th in scrambling. 53.13% of the time he gets up and down around the greens, but that can be a little bit misleading. It's the putting in that area that tends to let him down. If there is a weakness for Cantor, as we have another look at that fantastic little pitch, it is on the greens. He's actually 81st in strokes gained around the greens, so it just shows the importance of looking at all of the available data out there when you're assessing these guys' games and looking at where you'd like to place your bets and find value.
Well, normally this has been a pretty good hole for Willett over the years. This is the 40th time he's played the hole. He's had 15 birdies, eagled it a couple of times. He's only made 3 bogeys. So par is normally not something he makes on this hole. Normally tries to get off to a decent start.
That third shot has hurt his chances, according to the bookies, of making birdie. Now out to 5 to 1, into 13 to 2 on for a 2-putt for par.
2 birdies, 1 par so far this week. Yeah, he's got a little bit of work to do. I mean, if he played the hole in 2 under the week, that would be average. 3 under would be good, 4 would be exceptional. Have to play the par 5s well. I think traditionally the winners of this tournament normally come out on top on the par 5s. Definitely a course that suits a bomber hitter.
Not much.
Not just because of the par 5s, but because some of the holes play severely uphill, and you need height with the second shot.
So Cantor for his birdie after using the bank to great effect behind the hole.
Now there's a start, a really good putt on the first hole. Did that give him the confidence then to go on and make the birdies? Ooh, glad that one's in. But a par birdie start, excellent.
Sort of reiterating what you were saying there, Cantor 4 under for the week, and that's his score on the par 5s this week. Willett with about 2.5 feet here to stay at 3 under par.
Now, if you were thinking about these two players, who's got the most confidence in their game?
Right now, I'd say Laurie Cantor.
Ah, interesting. I would think Willett, even if he was not playing well, wouldn't feel unconfident. Unconfident, is that a word? Lacking in confidence.
There you go, 6 under for the par 5s with that par there this week, Willett. It's a really interesting point, actually, because my initial reaction was Laurie Cantor, but as I think about it, Willett won not that long ago at the Dunhill Links Championship. Yeah. Cantor hasn't got the win, but he's been very consistent. 3 top 10s in his last 5 events. 3 top 5s, I think, in fact. So it is a strange dynamic. Willett hasn't played consistently well, but through his career he's been a bit of a streaky player, Willett. He'll pop up with a big win almost out of nowhere.
And you've got to remember with Willett, I mean, he's been really ill this year, hasn't he? He's had all sorts of things wrong with him. He's overcome appendicitis. I mean, you know, it's not easy to play when you've had those sorts of problems. We have a look at the 3rd hole. Again, you see slightly uphill, got that fairway bunker 289. That's caused a lot of problems this week. Everything almost gathers into that, so you've got to find a way around it if you can.
The position of the bunkers off the tee as well. I mean, there's some clever bunkering around the earth course here, with how far left those first 2 are. Not in play, but them and the fairway bunker a bit further up. Just draw your eye a little further left than you would want it to be, and then the ideal line here. So who's going to win the hole? Laurie Cantor off the back of that birdie is 6-5 on. Danny Willett 23-20 on. I think Cantor's just found something on that last hole. He's even par for this for the week. I'm backing Laurie Cantor.
Oh, wow.
Didn't leave anything behind there, did he?
That was fast, wasn't he? Not only the arm speed, but the body just whipped along. Has he whipped it into the trees? No, there it is. Not a bad spot. But again, won't be able to get too much spin from there. Wow, that was some speed in the body.
Just a little look at the pin position. 32 on 6 from the right. Bearing in mind I've said Cantor will win the hole and he's just missed the fairway. Quite relieved to see that it's quite a long way on today. Not a front flag he's having to get out of the rough.
Yeah, but anything right of this flag today is a complete no-no. So you've got to be left of the hole coming into the green. Miss the bunker right would be good. Yeah, he just went that easy. There was power's not really required here. Get it on the fairway. Miss the bunker. Now that is in the mayor's office.
Can you get closer?
So the odds will swing somewhat in the favour of Danny Willett on this hole after those opening tee shots. I said Laurie Cantor has improved his scores each day this week. Danny Willett's done the same, 75, 71, 67, so improving by 4 shots every day. If we take those scoring trends, Cantor's going to shoot 65, Willett's going to shoot 63, and we're going to have a very entertaining morning.
We are global players.
Special scenes out there today.
We are game changers.
Good heavens. What a performance this is. Listen to the reception.
We know what drives success.
Amazing stuff.
We embrace innovation. We stay one step ahead of the competition.
Just unbelievable.
We connect people around the world.
Awesome. This is such an exhibition.
We are committed to making golf a game for everyone.
I'm just blown away with their talent.
Welcome to what is a unique and exciting format.
Our partnerships make us stronger.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Oh, partner.
Together, we will elevate the tour in every way.
I have a difficult challenge for you.
This is just epic. Together.
Together.
Together. Together.
Together, we are the DP World Tour.
Well, what an exciting announcement that was, and what an exciting future for the DP World Tour. 47 events at least on the schedule next year, going to 27 different countries. Total prize money will break through the $200 million mark for the very first time. Minimum prize funds increased to, at the very least, $2 million. Lots to look forward to next season, which starts next week at the Joburg Open down in South Africa.
Well, 143 left to go for Willett, so just a nice, comfortable wedge in for him. Same for Cantor, really. 157 is so strong. But with the wedge, maybe not getting as much spin as he can from the rough.
11 to 4 on to make the par from here. We've heard about the dangers of getting it close to that flag from Warren. Anything a little bit right could run off the back of the green, especially with the less spin coming from that lie. He might just be stood on that bark mulch as well, so the traction might not be quite as secure. Do you see any value in 13 to 2 birdie or better here, Warren?
I just have this feel with the way the greens are. It's not going around that heavy. I think the pitch is closer to 140. Okay, 48 then. That one? Yeah. Which is nothing 48. I think last to grip a full wedge. Like that's 48 full, so grip's 45 pitches. Okay. Max, I think that's okay. Okay, cool.
And just listening into the numbers game there, yeah, I just think it's, I mean, a birdie would be really tough from here, you'd have to think, because is he going to get the control coming out of here? Is this thing going to fly? Will it come out soft? Oh, there's the release, look at that. And well, it's going to have to be a chip-in birdie. That's going to make it a little bit more difficult. He thinks it's on the green, but he may readjust when he gets up to the green. Now, on the other hand, this I could see all over the flag.
So 23 to 10 then for birdie or better. Warren's tempted.
Got to miss the slope right of the flag. You see, kept it below the hole. Now he's got an uphill birdie attempt from there. Good thinking. Very steep slope, so if you miss the green right, trying to get the pace coming down the hill would be really difficult.
Look at the top of the Race to Dubai trophy there. Right now, Collin Morikawa in prime position.
Harry Varden sitting on the top there, the old cap. Not sure he'd be happy with the face of the club at that angle.
So he picked it up early in the first round. Warren noticed it. He's used the claw putting grip for a long time, Sergio Garcia, but much more traditional now. Left hand just above the right, albeit pretty horizontal on the putter there, and an index finger of the right hand running down the back of the shaft. And he looked good on the greens like that when we saw him on Thursday here on the European Tour Betcast. Thomas Dietrich already on the tee. So 15 feet for Willett for his birdie after that sensible approach. 29 feet 5 inches, but it is a chip for Laurie Cantor, pitching on a bit of a downslope as well. So 20-1 Laurie Cantor to hold this. 1 in 20 times, would he chip it in?
I think probably 1 in 20 is a fair shout, but with the amount of break on this, not the easiest. And it's not as if he can just go straight at the hole. It's going to be a little bit of left to right, so trying to marry the pace and line together and judge the little kick that it's going to get to the right. A little bit more difficult than if it was a dead straight shot.
Just got away from him a touch. Looked like it ran about 5 feet past, yeah, just about that. So getting ever closer to our second group here on the European Tour Betcast, teeing off Thomas Dietrich and Sergio Garcia in just about 3 minutes time. Keith Pelly as well down there on the tee. He's been there all morning welcoming the players through and out onto the golf course in this final round of the European Tour season here at the DP World Tour Championship. (21-10) for Willett to hold this one. Maybe feels a little bit short for me. Hasn't had his best form on the greens this year. But can he hold this for birdie? Oh, confidently rolled in. So first birdie of the day for Danny Willett on the third. He moves to 4 under par.
Well, if ever there was evidence of being on the fairway to give you the control to hit it in the right spot to get it on the green to make a putt, then Willett's birdie on that hole highlighting it.
So low round in this group, Sergio Garcia, Thomas Dietrich. Garcia the favourite. Where's your money going, Warren?
I'm gonna go, I have to go for Garcia. I think it's going to be the bounce back. He has a penchant for doing well in last rounds of tournaments, especially when he's down the leaderboard. A little bit of a surge to finish with.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I wanted to go for Thomas Dietrich, a little bit of value in the outsider, but 69, 70, 72 this week. He's just, those scores obviously getting gradually worse. And Garcia does have a fantastic record here, never outside the top 21 in 9 appearances. So you'd fully expect him to bounce back with a low one today. Thomas Dietrich 27th in the race to Dubai. Sergio Garcia 44th in the world golf ranking. Let's head down to Alistair Scott, the first tee announcer, to welcome this pairing onto the course.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. This is game number 12. On the tee from Spain, Sergio Garcia.
Now let's just watch out for the balance here Has he got the balance at the end of the swing? Is he going to fall back on it? This could be a really telling tee shot. Yeah, there's that fall back. The thing gets stuck on the inside a little bit, gets a bit flicky at it. Can I change my
On the tee from
tip?
Belgium, Thomas Dietrich.
It's a long 18 holes. 23rd appearance at the Rolex Series event. Best finish of tied third in the 2019 Nedbank Golf Championship. He's not played this opening hole well though. A couple of bogeys this week.
Oh my goodness, I don't think I've seen anyone down there before. That is just massive tee shot. Mind you, it did bring the bunker into play, but woo! How far has he hit that?
Now it's past it, and especially on that left-hand side. Gives him a great angle into the pin.
It's 350 to get past that bunker.
Ooh. We saw some big hitting from Will Zalatoris here on the Betcast yesterday. But that is a good old munch from Thomas Dietrich. Nearest the pin, Cantor or Willett. No green, 15-2. Cantor the slight favourite. What do you reckon?
Danny Willett's already played, so I'm sitting on the fence.
I was going to say, we haven't seen where Danny Willett's ball landed. I was going to get you to try and make a prediction. Couldn't see any near the flagstick there.
Yeah, maybe both missed. Tough par 3. One of the longest par 3s they play all year on the European Tour.
Let's take a closer look at where we are this week. It is Jumeirah Golf Estates in Dubai, the United Arab Emirates. It's an absolutely incredible city. The Palm Jumeirah, that can be seen from space. We'll be staying there next week for a little holiday. Dubai Marina district, built along 3-kilometre stretch of the Persian Gulf shoreline. The Dubai fountain near the Burj Khalifa as well, the world's largest choreographed fountain system, designed by the same company responsible for the fountain shows at the Bellagio Hotel Lake in Las Vegas. And this city attracts 16 million tourists each year.
The one thing you say about Dubai, it is totally and utterly unique. There is no other place like it in the world in terms of its building and its architecture, especially where it's situated right in the desert.
The skyline's absolutely jaw-dropping, isn't it? And it changes so often as well with the rate of buildings going up here, the amount of skyscrapers.
Yes, and the reclaimed land, you know, the palm, the earth, really remarkable what they've done here in such a short space of time. Garcia heading off into really the wasteland area way to the left. That's a long way offline for someone who's regarded as being one of the best drivers of the golf ball in the game over the last 20 years or so that he's been a professional. So if he's got trouble with the driver, that is something very unusual. Did think his address position looked a little weird, looked as if he was almost standing too near to the ball. Posture didn't look quite the same that it normally is, so it's probably something very small like that.
Well, you can see how incredibly deep that bunker is. Danny Willett completely obscured by the height of the lip, and you can't see the flagstick from down in there.
He's been swallowed. Normally have an exceptionally good bunker player though, Willett.
And that's reflected in the odds. 2-1 on to make his par, but it's difficult.
And again, highlighting again how difficult it is to get spin. They're having to rely on the ball coming out running.
Not too many trees around the course here. They have thinned a fair few out in recent years, but it looks like Garcia might have to work a bit of magic around this one in front of him.
Well, he's got to draw it round the tree. The pin is on the right, so get it on the green is okay, but once you're on the green, there's no chance of this getting close, you would think. He'd be happy to get it on the dance floor, but educated hands required. Little low runner. Well, he's finished in not a bad spot, having gone long, so he'll be chipping back into an upslope. Every chance of getting that one up and down.
Dietrich, only 13-10 for birdie here. I thought the birdie might even be slightly favoured over the par given the tee shot.
I'm afraid I think that's why he's not won a tournament. I mean, drive it in the most unbelievable place. Missed the green with a lob wedge. I mean, yeah.
That is reflected in the statistics this year as well. 95th strokes gained approach, so not bad, but an average approach player statistically. And when you look at the swing and obviously how far he hits the ball with that tee shot.
Yeah. Well, Cantor's missed the green left, little run up the bank. Whoa, exquisite. Might be down for a 3, so that'll be a par.
An interesting start from Cantor. It's normally the long game that excels from him, but a little bit loose off the tee and with some second shots. But the short game working for him today.
Plenty of birds around here.
Willett for his par.
I was going to say not birdie putts on this hole. And that's the wrong way round, isn't it? Birdie the third, give it away on the fourth. You'd feel so much better the other way round. If you dropped a shot and then bounce back with the birdie, you'd go to the next hole feeling very much happier with life.
Is there a word for the opposite of a bounce back, going birdie bogey?
There ought to be.
Let's have a think. We'll come up with something.
Now watch the hands here. There are some sprinkler heads in his way, so he has got to fly this onto the green. Over a little mound, but once it's on the green, he can pitch it into the upslope. Oh. Lovely soft hands, wasn't it? No rush there. Not looking as if he's got a great deal of energy though. It's, I'm really not happy with my game walk.
Yeah, nice to see some fans back in attendance as well. It's been a difficult 18 months, best part of a couple of years for everyone with what's been going on in the world. So it looks like Dietrich opting for putter. Do you like this play, Warren?
Yeah, well, I think for Thomas, yes. Yeah, again, short game not the strong part, so just run it down. I hope you get a smooth roll over that bit of fringe.
That's kind of been the story of the week when we've seen people take putter from the fringe is it's come up short. Slightly thicker bladed grass out here in these hot temperatures just does tend to make the ball jump and bobble a touch more, and that obviously takes a bit of energy and speed out of the putt. That's the look back down to the 5th tee. They're both 6-5 on to win the hole, Cantor and Willett, so the bookies can't separate them. 1 under for the week on here, Laurie Cantor.
Well, it's definitely a really good birdie opportunity, this hole. And from the fairway, wedge up onto the green for Cantor.
Dietrich to finish up for his par on the first hole. And then it goes. He stays at 5 under.
If it cuts, then it's definitely not reaching.
So Willett thinks he can't reach that bunker if he hits it with a cut.
He didn't go flat out at that. That's just an 80%er. Flag is on the right today, so you can see what he was trying to do. Knock it down the left side, give himself a good angle in. Has overcooked it.
Garcia to save his par after that nifty little chip shot. And he does. So there's a look at the full leaderboard here at the DP World Tour Championship. This is the European Tour Betcast live from the Earth course at the Jumeirah Golf Estates in Dubai. And it's Rory Mcilroy who holds a 1-stroke advantage going into today's final round. Sam Horsfield at 13 under par. Robert McIntyre, the left-hander, finding some form again, 12 under, alongside Alexander Björk. Tyrrell Hatton, we saw him shoot a lovely 66 in our coverage yesterday. 7 under par. And those 4 gold stars, they indicate that Tyrrell Hatton is a 4-time Rolex Series winner. And this, of course, is a Rolex Series event. Some good scores early. Garrick Higgo making a bit of a move. 3 under par so far for his final round. This is Garcia on the second.
Well, again, let's just have a look at the address position here too.
Five to 4 favourite for the longest drive, Garcia. Well, given the drive we saw Dietrich hit on that previous hole, I'd 8 to 5. Have some of that.
Another high draw from Sergio. It's okay. Didn't get much chase on it.
And now Dietrich just needs to hit the fairway to win the longest drive market. Birdied this hole all 3 days.
Well, no one wins.
So we mentioned the leaderboard and how it was standing where we just saw it, and Rory Mcilroy is an odds-on favourite to be the outright winner. 5 to 4 on Sam Horsfield at 7 to 1. Collin Morikawa on that same price. He starts the day 11 under par, tied 5th. 3 shots back of Rory Mcilroy.
Well, McIlroy comes into the tournament, he's just about more than, or just under 50 under par, more than anybody else historically playing the course. He's leading the way this week. I can't see anybody if he plays his normal game, passing him, it's just absolutely tailor-made, this course, for McIlroy's game.
Yeah, Rory is a two-time winner of this event previously, bidding to become the first player to win it 3 times. So 11-4 on for par. He's the favourite with the bookmakers for Danny Willett.
Now this is not a bad place to be, strangely enough, because the flag is cut hard right in pretty much the middle of the green, or middle section, but in the back right corner, so where he's coming he can almost pitch this in the middle of the green and run it up the little shelf to where the flag is. It's just a question of how this ball is going to come out this soft grass. Will it spin or will it fly?
Organises that. She's the only one who does birthdays.
Oh, look at this. Yep. Can't get much better than that, Danny. Well played. Different shot coming up the slope for Cantor. He can fly it up there, get plenty of spin. So he can play for the dead number. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Well, I don't fancy his chances for par, to be honest, after that.
He might almost need to putt that one up into the fringe to have any chance of getting it close. Worth having another look at this shot from Danny Willett.
Again, this is just maybe experience. He's had so many more rounds on this course than the man that he's playing with, Cantor. So he just brought that in very nicely.
Yeah, he does like it here, Danny Willett, as well as that win. He's also had 2 other top 5s here in his last 5 visits to the Earth course.
284 for Dietrich, 294 for Garcia, but I know whose ball I'd rather have, even though I was 10 yards further away. Garcia, you can see a little bit more of the green, the target, where he's going.
8 birdies on the hole already today.
I mean, there's a pin over here. It's not easy.
That double bogey or worse.
And that's part of the bunker. 270 front.
Oh, I know the flag is in that back left corner. So he does not want this to be short and left. Middle of the green, a little bit further right, but don't go past flag high. So you do have to be very precise playing here.
Nine to 10 for the birdie.
Ooh. Well, going to be in sand, and that's going to be a tricky bunker shot. Much better balance with the 3-wood than with the driver.
You got your target here, Tom. Yeah.
Hey, dude.
We saw on that graphic before someone had made double bogey or worse from the middle of the fairway, and it was Justin Harding who made an 8.
Oh, a little twirl of the club going at the green with an iron. Can he carry? It's the layup. Okay.
That would have been some hit with an iron.
I was going to say.
But a club twirl on a layup.
Yeah.
Fair play.
Yeah. That's just showboating. Now, is he going to? I was going to say, is he going to chip or putt this? He's got to putt this up and off through the fringe. If he gets this within 4 feet, he's done really, really well. Is he going to avoid the sprinkler heads? Oh, that was never, ever, ever going to be enough.
Miss club with the second shot or misstrike?
It must have been a misstrike there. I mean, a wedge in their hand to come up 30 feet short, top line pro. Has he not lost his turn? You're still away, is it?
I think so.
Oh no, maybe not.
Willett.
No, I think it's still Cantor. That's never good, is it? Can still make par. I mean, it's actually not a bad part of the green to be in. Uphill, right to left break. But there's more pressure. You would have expected him to be here putting for birdie, or where his caddy is even. At worst. I mean, he put it in the only section of the green it almost was position Z.
He did hole a putt of around about this length for par on the first hole.
Oh, routine two-putt. It's not often you actually hit a green, then putt it off the green, and then hole a 10-footer for your next putt.
It's been adventurous. You look at his scorecard, 1 birdie, 4 pars, and you think it's been boring, but far from it.
Well, go straight at it, the caddy said, but he can use the slope away to the right if he wanted. Yeah. Okay, good shot.
Six under par on the second hole in 15 rounds. It is statistically the easiest hole on the course.
I haven't looked, but I wonder what Rory's record on that hole is. Probably has had more birdies and eagles than anyone else, that's for sure. Now, birdie putt for Willett. Oh, yeah. So you would have thought he was out of position off the tee, but he does make the birdie. Second of the day, 1 under for the round. Oh, it looks like he may not be in the bunker. Is he putting this? No, he's chipping it.
15 to 8 on to get up and down for birdie or better.
Going for the back slope, run it off this ridge, come back down the hill. Oh, it's stuck on the hill.
I think it just caught the top of the apron. We just saw the top edge of the ball appear. That meant it just caught the apron of the green and didn't get back down again.
You know it's not your day when. And that you just see shoulders slumped again. I haven't seen enough energy from Sergio this weekend. You know, that's probably a player recognising, you know, he's just not got the game here this week. Oh, he's gone through the green quite a bit.
Yeah, we're speaking to Grant Forrest during one of the practice rounds, and with the greens being around about a foot, just under a foot slower this week than they have been in previous years here, it does mean some of those backboards and slopes that in the past players have used to feed balls into pin positions, you're just not as able to do so because there's not as much speed on the green for them to come down off the slopes. And Garcia falling foul of that there.
Just randomly gained a red light.
Well, he's got the putter out. Just needs to get the smooth roll, almost just needs to get it started. You just got to putt it with enough oomph to get it onto the green, and then it should carry on gravity taking it towards the hole.
So it will be just a par for Sergio Garcia as he taps this one in.
You know how lacking in energy is right now. Can you imagine what a handicapped golfer would give for his game right now, even though he thinks it's not very good?
It's all relative, isn't it? Nearest the pin on the 6th, Cantor the slight favourite. No green, 33-1. They both missed the green on the previous par 3.
It's not a pin you see very often in the last round here. Front right.
Yeah, good shot from Danny Willett. About 20 feet left of the pin. So we go back to Dietrich for birdie on the 2nd. So he opted to lay up with his 2nd shot, leave himself a full wedge in, and he reaps the dividends. Birdie 4 for Thomas Dietrich. He moves to 6 under par.
He's had a pretty good sighter from Willett, so should have the advantage here, knowing how this ball is going to react once it hits the green. Just holding on to it a little.
Just needed Willett's length and Cantor's line, and might have gone in. Rory Mcilroy tops the leaderboard at the DP World Tour Championship. He will be out a little bit later. Of course, we are following Sergio Garcia, Thomas Dietrich, Laurie Cantor and Danny Willett on the Betcast live this morning. Rounds of 65, 70 and 67 for Rory Mcilroy has got him to that total. Can Garcia tame the driver and find a fairway?
Can he avoid the bunkers? Saw him in an awful lot of bunkers on the front 9 in the first round. Yeah, that's okay, pretty good.
Three would get to exactly, yeah.
That's the look back down to the tee.
On the tee there.
Yeah, it's okay. I think I'd rather have Garcia's tee shot than Dietrich's. Only because of the line into the flag. Certainly Garcia will have a better angle to come into the pin today on 3. So I fancy his chances over Dietrich's.
So Danny Willett did take nearest the pin honours on the 6th with that excellent tee shot. Laurie Cantor straight at the flag, but erring on the safe side with water short, a bit long here, and 4-1 to hold this putt. 13-2 on that he misses it. Bit of a late bloomer, Laurie Cantor. He's 32 years of age. He's only really established himself on the European Tour over the last couple of years. Has had 3 full seasons previously, courtesy of getting through qualifying school, but never cracked the top 150 in the Race to Dubai rankings when he played 2016, 2017 and 2018. Can you see this one finding the bottom of the cup, Warren? 4-1.
It's not overly generous, is it? He's looking at very quizzically at that. So that tells you it's a little bit of a misread.
Yeah, I was just thinking, perplexed by that one. A bit left and a bit short. Well, if that was 4-1 to hole, it'd be interesting to think what the odds are for Willett here. It's 13-5, so a smidge over 3-1. Oh, and it goes. So, a nice start from Danny Willett. 3 birdies on the card inside the first 6 holes. He did drop that shot at the 4th, but he's cruising along quite nicely at the start here and putting well.
Well, maybe he's going to be our man today. Betcast has produced some pretty good performances so far this week, or our Betcast coverage.
Yeah, yesterday morning you were in there early saying it's been a good omen. I thought, oh, you're tempting fate there, Warren. We're not going to see a good round, but we've seen some great stuff. 66 from Hatton yesterday, 66 from Peters the day before.
Keimer played very well on the first day, as did Garcia.
Keimer and Garcia, 68, I think we saw out of each of them on the first day. Dietrich, 6-1 to make birdie from here.
He's got to aim this a little right of the flag if he wants to get near to the hole, but it's judging coming down the slope. And that's going away and chasing. It's always going to be tough to hold that near the pin. Green's really firming up. That had quite a severe bounce. Much better angle here for Garcia.
Really likes this hole. 10 under for it over the years.
Yeah, he's got to get a soft bounce coming in. He's got to throw it very high in the air. Oh, he got it too soft. Look at that. Maybe that was touch soft off the blade, came out not as quickly as he thought. Yeah, there's the shake of the head, can't believe it.
Yeah, the sound the ball's making when it's landing as well now, you can tell there's that little bit more firmness by the thud.
Yeah. You could tune a piano with the sound that's making.
Cantor for par on the 6th hole. Stays at 4 under.
He's holding out well, isn't he?
He's needing to.
Yeah, he's needing to, but you know, that gives a player a lot of confidence. Once you see the ball starting to go in the hole, you think you can hold them all. Penny for his thoughts.
Not overly happy ones.
Yeah. I think all the time, what can I do just to get the feel right? They're interesting glasses too. I still haven't found out whether they're lenses or just straight shades.
Couple under for the par 5 7th this week, Danny Willett.
That seemed to sit down in the long grass. That's not going to be too good when he gets up there.
Averages 305.28 yards off the tee this season, Laurie Cantor.
Now on the third hole, he had really very slick hip movement and body rotation. Let's see if he goes at this one with the same speed. No, a little bit more controlled. That was just a nice one.
He's just found the right-hand rough, though. He's first in strokes gained off the tee this season, so brilliant, but we've not quite seen that so far. And there's a look, the green dots, they're the putts that have been made, so nothing of too much length so far today. And Garcia just a touch outside of Dietrich, 32 feet, so he'll be going first, but an easier putt for Garcia, would you say, Warren?
No, I think more difficult. Look how much break he's allowing. This is 10 feet of break here, maybe more. This is up the slope, wall of death putt. Okay.
Yeah, quite right, Warren. Just struggled to marry up pace and line there.
So a slightly easier putt, you've got to think, for Dietrich, coming more up the hill. Will break from left to right, but he can be pretty bold with this. Green's speed, they're up to 12.2, fastest they've been all week by 0.2, so it's not a massive difference. They have in the past had the greens up to 13 on Stimpmeter around this course. That's very, very slick when you consider the slope.
Oh, brilliant from Thomas Dietrich. Rattles that one home. Back-to-back birdies for the Belgian, 2 under par through 3 holes.
That's quite unusual. Out of position off the tee, but made the birdie. Garcia in position, but still got work to do to make par. This rattled in at a nice pace. Perfect. Yeah, take some of that.
Little wave of the putter for the fans as well.
This is not dead. This is certainly inside left. Well done.
And he continues that streak of not dropping a shot inside the first 6 holes this week. So 3 holes in, and in the head-to-head, couple of shots advantage for Thomas Dietrich now over Sergio Garcia. 2 under on the day, the Belgian. Garcia level par. And that's what Cantor and Willett are faced with down the 7th.
Well, at 276, you would say normally 3 wood. Yeah, that's well within range. But this tells you it's not going to be in range because they can't even see the ball, so you know the ball's sitting down. Second shot also being uphill by a good 10, so it's going to play more like 290. You better have a good lie if you want to try and force it out of there and get it on the green.
Good, not too close, that'd be 95. In my opinion, it'd be that too short.
Yeah, completely agree.
What, 185?
That's the max.
That's why I've given it to you. That wouldn't be that spin, you're not in it. 180 or 175? 175.
So he's going to try and hit this 175, give himself a decent yardage.
Yeah, I mean, I need to get the right-hand side of fairway round because that lies. Okay.
Yeah, you've got to pick your spots. I mean, there's not much rough around this course.
That bunker's good, pal.
But he's found a really juicy lie there. So this is all about course management now. This is where pros are so much better than amateurs. He's not going to try and force this
around that area.
too far up the course. He just needs, I just need to hit some 175. That'll give me a good yardage coming in to a very tight pin. But hit the fairway.
Yeah. 195.
Stay on the fairway, stay on the fairway. Ah.
Yeah.
You can see a little bit more of Laurie Cantor's ball, so a slightly better lie. Will he be a bit more aggressive with the second shot as a result?
I think he needs to be too aggressive because he's just trying to hit a mark. He's trying to hit a yardage here to give himself what he wants to hit in for his third. Also got a horrible kick, but I think that'll stay on the fairway. And he'll be on an upslope. Right of that flag there is a big slope, goes down, big drop off. You do not want to be missing the green right today on that par 5.
Well, this is the fourth, 228 yards, and that cavernous bunker lurking just short of where that flag is cut today.
Well, this is where the big hitters have the advantage, because 228, it is playing downhill. Height is the thing you need.
So where's it going to finish? 13 to 8 on for the green is the favourite. You can see the other odds there. Well, 18 to 5 to come up just short in that bunker or find any of the others. Not a bad shout, perhaps. On the green, but not close.
I think if you just hit that, it's fine. It's not just going to fly over there. That's the climb on the hill. Yeah, so maybe just a hole.
No, I don't want to hit a hole.
Oh, you don't?
I want to turn it over. I want to hit it. I'm trying to hit the proper shot today. Okay, if I pull it up. Yeah, I don't feel a couple.
Too late. It's not 15
Well, he's trying to turn one over, so he's trying to hit it right to left, which I think is the right shot for this hole, because the way the hole sits up.
It's a fly that is around my head. Must smell like shit or something.
Apologies for the bad language there. Well, he's turned over a couple today. The miss has been left for him. It was earlier in the week as well. With that in mind, maybe rough on the left at 7 to 1. Maybe.
I think he's got the control with these irons. This is aiming in the middle of the green, soft draw. Hit it into the punch bowl left. He's just got ahead of it. This is going right. It's along with Dietrich. To aim at that flag left today and try and cut it in, you're aiming into an area where you don't want to miss. You don't want to miss it left. So you would bring all the trouble into play. Use the whole green. But he's not a happy bunny out there. You see, a player's mood is linked directly to how well he's striking the golf ball. If they're striking it well and you feel that you can play, your mood is suddenly light and everything's good in the world. If it's not coming off right, you're pretty glum.
Willett just coming from the first cut of rough. Can he get enough spin on this one into the 7th? Well, yes he can. That's a fabulous shot.
Yeah, well thought out hole. It's really interesting seeing these players, how they manage their game. It's really great in these feature groups, the Betcast groups, how you can follow every single shot that these players play on the way around, how they manage their game. The players that we're seeing, obviously, because they're not at the top of the leaderboard, they're not quite here with their best game. So how do they get round the course with their B- game?
Yeah, it's great to see the flow of a round as it unfolds for them.
Absolutely.
Laurie Cantor 9-4 on for par.
Just left of it then, yeah?
Yeah, these are really good players. Not quite got it this week, but hoping for a really good round, get them up the leaderboard on the final day. He can throw this all the way to the hole. Certainly be setting it off left of the flag.
Come on.
That's also good.
Just a little bit of backup there, but outside of Willett, I fancy.
Again, it's probably the slightly more difficult putt because he'll be coming down the hill left to right. Willett slightly more up the slope.
So a long way to go for Garcia and Dietrich, the best part of 60 feet, and there has been a 3-putt from over in that sort of area already today.
You kind of get the feeling though, don't you? Greens as good as these, and these are exceptionally good. The only way you're going to 3-putt is if you get the pace horribly wrong, because 3 or 4 feet around the hole, you know, players of this standing on greens as good as these, where they know they can rely on the ball going at a true pace, you shouldn't be missing too many.
I'm a little surprised by the lack of energy and the little bit of lack of control in the long game from Sergio Garcia. He's had 3 top 10s in his last 5 starts, so he's been carrying some decent form.
Yeah, end of a long season, just a little bit running out of puff. Just not quite. You know, you wake up in the morning and the body's just not reacting the way you want it to.
Well, he held a bit of footage on the previous green, didn't he, Thomas Dietrich? And it's 30-1 here. And that gives us a good little view at the slope, Warren.
Yeah, I mean, both these players here, they're not thinking, well, they're probably thinking, I'm trying to hit the putt to hole it, but deep down in their subconscious, this is just roll it down to the hole, get it as close as I can, move on. Look at the amount of break up and over the ridge, now downhill, and then it'll break back the other way.
Oh, has it? Oh, really good touch.
More than happy with that, more than happy.
I think if from that kind of range your next putt's a tap-in that doesn't require a lot of thought, you're delighted.
Willett for his birdie 4 on the par 5, 7th. Yes, we've got a group going here. Watch out for Danny Willett today.
Yeah, that's 3 on the bounce now. A little smile just drifts across the face, just a subtle one there.
Well, they know if they get a really good score together, they can do some serious jumping over the guys in the middle of the field.
Yeah, he's up to a tie for 22nd now, Danny Willett, so eyes on the top 20 and even beyond if he carries on like this.
I'd be thinking top 10. It's a nice strike with a putter, but has he got the pace? No.
Don't think that's going to improve the mood.
This is downhill for Cantor. Aiming this one a long way left.
Not quite far enough left. So he just settles for the 5.
Did we say he's not dropped a shot in the first 6 holes this week?
We did.
And this is the 4th hole.
So he gave himself a little bit of work to do to save the par on the previous hole, but he did it. Even more work to do here. And he does. It goes in, and I've just noticed he doesn't have that right index finger running down the side of the putter grip now, which he did earlier in the week. So just a little tinker with the putting grip.
Yeah, left edge of that drop.
Dogleg 8th. No bunkers around this green, very narrow. Want to be coming in from the right half of the fairway to get a view straight down the green.
Laurie Cantor, the slight favourite to win the hole. Are you favouring him?
I'm favouring the man who's just had 3 birdies on the bounce.
I was thinking that. And has just knocked a great tee shot into position A as well. Yeah, interesting that Cantor, favourite to win the hole there, albeit narrowly. Yeah, it's been a run of 5 pars for Laurie Cantor, and as you say, Willett with birdies on the last 3 holes.
Yeah. Good.
The only thing I can think of is that Cantor birdied this hole yesterday in 2 pars, and Willett's had 3 pars on the hole, so they're going. Cantor's played the hole better this week. He must carry on in that form, but you know, doesn't always work like that.
2 really good tee shots though, both finding the fairway. And Willett just a touch longer, I think, again. So you said earlier, Warren, he is sneaky long, Danny Willett.
Oh yeah. I mean, he doesn't always hit it flat out all the time. He keeps a bit in reserve, and then every now and again, like a lot of good players, he can find an extra 15 or 20 if he wants to. A bit like this fella, he can find a few extra yards. Now, doesn't require the driver though on this hole. Lay it up down the left side.
I think it's the lady. Yeah, I mean, if you cut this, it should still land around 290, 285. Hey? What do you think?
I mean, driving is definitely making cuts somewhere.
Yeah. You can hit it if you want, bigger. Just a cutty one.
No, it's okay. I'll try to hit a hard.
Okay.
See what we can do.
Glenn, his caddy, I think, is trying to do a little bit of chivying up, trying to get his man going quietly. You in favour of that? The shirt matching the shoelaces.
Sergio Garcia always dresses very well, I have to say. I do like his style on the golf course. And I like the sort of blue and lemon yellow combination as well.
Oh, the cap matching the trousers. You know, it's quietly elegant, isn't it?
So struggling with the driver, Garcia, but a good 3-wood there. So Thomas Dietrich having a munch on a banana as Warren Humphreys gets stuck into a Danish. It's a brilliant skyline, as we mentioned earlier. The buildings here in Dubai, that's the Burj Al Arab, absolutely iconic. And the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building at 828 metres tall. Nearly 200 metres taller than the next tallest building, the Shanghai Tower, over 200 skyscrapers in Dubai, and more than 18 taller than the Eiffel Tower. Sheikh Zayed Road is the longest road in the UAE, 558.4 kilometres long.
Well, both players here, ideal position. You can see the flag up on the green, cut on the left side, just above a little plateau in the green. So very accessible, just a wedge in. I mentioned before this week.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather pitch just behind it than sharp, but you're pitching right on. Yep. You'll be stop one eye, down off the left and more. Cut the yards right at the pin. I'm going to go up. Okay, cool. We've got off the left. Should have a bit of help there, shouldn't we? Yeah.
Well, there's a tiny little bit of breeze down off the left. Caddy wants him to go a little bit right of the flag because it's set so hard to the left. Cantor, forget that, going to go straight at it.
Come on.
Well, he did go straight at it and maybe being rewarded with a birdie. Yeah, you see.
Wins there.
Well, the game's good enough, I can go straight at it. Yeah, Willett with his caddy. Yeah, I'm going to go straight at it as well. I mean, you give these players a wedge in their hand. Very hard for them to play away from the hole. If they did play away from the hole, they'd try and sneak it back somehow. Work the hands. No, I really want to go at the hole.
6 over par for this hole. Previous occasions. Chance to get one back here. Wow, that just needed maybe a yard more, and it carries that little ridge and gets a nice little hop forward towards the hole, but as it is now, a tough putt if he is going to make it 4 birdies in a row. Dietrich with his approach on the 5th.
Good angle to come in from. Oh. Well, not quite as bad as Cantor's approach on this hole, but that will not fill him with a lot of joy.
Yeah, a little bit further left, so he shouldn't need to go right up into the apron with his putt, but it's still going to have a serious swing on it from right to left. Now Garcia, what can he do actually playing from the fairway? Hole high, a little bit of a tug, but not too bad. But again, if you're in a better mood, you might not quite be as frustrated by a shot like that. It's not a bad shot by any means, but just the reaction from Garcia, as you said, Warren, just a little frustrated, a little slouched.
Yeah, sometimes I suppose if you know you've not got the game with you this week, the idea is to take everything down, slow everything along and not get too excited, and maybe that's the way you get a decent result rather than get too uptight about it. Got a feeling the bookies knew what was going on here. Cantor the favourite on the hole and has knocked it close.
Beautiful weather here on the Earth course at the Jumeirah Golf Estates in Dubai. Clear sunny blue skies, temperatures just hovering around the 30°C mark in the hottest parts of the day. A little bit cooler than that early on, just coming up to 20 to 11 local time, and not too much breeze out there either.
Yeah, that flag on the flagstick hardly moving, just shows you that just a very slight zephyr out there. That won't move the ball too much.
Got a feeling that slope that Willett's ball is going to be travelling over about 2/3 of the way along its journey will move the ball though.
Well, he's uphill and into the green, so slow paced for 3/4 of its journey. And then you can see where it gets slightly darker from our side here. That means it will be shiny as he putts. It's a little bit quicker as it goes down the hill to the hole.
And the way he's putted today, you'd expect him to at least give it a scare. Nicely judged. So all of the made putts on this 5th green coming from pretty close to the hole. Dietrich just an inch shy of 58 feet. And 28 to 1 to hole it. I mean, with that ridge between him and the hole, there's not really much of a chance, is there, if we're being absolutely honest?
Well, they're not being overly generous. Well, I suppose they are being generous with 66 to 1. He doesn't hole it. You've got to put a lot on it to get not much reward.
I think as well as the distance, you've got to take the swing into play. I mean, that is a brilliant putt, but the chances from that distance, when there is that much swing, of getting line and length together so right that it goes in, really reduce your chances of holing it.
Yeah, probably 1 in 66 goes.
If you're lucky. So,
if you're skillful.
That helps as well. Cantor for his birdie.
Oh. Wow. Well, this is certainly makeable.
Yeah, 8 to 1. Keep turning, keep turning.
Ooh.
Yeah, just blasted it through the break a little bit, going about 3 or 4 feet past.
Well, we saw this as it passed the hole, went left to right, so coming back it'll be just right of centre, just depends on how hard he wants to hit it. Really not a lot of break in this one for Danny. Yeah, he hit it inside right edge. Little bit of movement on it, no problem at all.
120 in the world rankings, Danny Willett, so we'll be hoping to get himself back in the top 100 and the top 50 sooner rather than later. Garcia does make the save. He is battling hard out there though.
Well, this is going to be for a par. Hope he holds it for the half. Cool. Absolutely belted that in.
Yeah, he's confident when looking to knock those ones in terms of his pace, so it is a half between Cantor and Willett. When they were on the green, it looked like Cantor, who was the slight favourite with the bookies as they were teeing off, would get the job done with a birdie, but has to settle for the par. So you see Collin Morikawa there, 3 shots back of Rory Mcilroy. He's not out of this. Obviously, 3 shots can turn around very, very quickly. What sort of number do you think Morikawa would need to shoot today, though, Warren, to put pressure on Rory and the rest of the players ahead of him?
Well, I've said all along, I thought the winning total at the end of the week was going to be 18 under, so I think that's the number at least that he's got to be at. So, you know, he needs coming from 11 under, needs to be 7 under for the round, 65 at best, and then you hope Rory doesn't go too low. That's a bit of a hope.
Garrick Higgo out in 33 today to move to 6 under par. So scoring has got gradually better through the 3 rounds. 70.55 in the first round, 70.23 in the second, and 69.95 in yesterday's 3rd round.
Well, comfortably the hardest hole on the course, 499 yards, all the way uphill. Don't hit it right off the tee. That's the juicy stuff over there. Left, the rough's quite thin.
Dietrich on the par 3 6th.
And 66, that didn't look much more like a 9-iron to him. Thin air, warm, sunny. 155 is kind of like a normal 9, comfortable 9s in this warm air.
A decent shot, but certainly not inside the 10.5 feet. Can Sergio Garcia at 12-1? Well, he's not quite striking it at his best, but ordinarily a fantastic iron player. It only takes one shot to just ignite him today and maybe inject a little bit more energy into his performance. Maybe this is it. He's even got blue grips to match the trousers and the outfit as well. Very coordinated.
Doesn't like it. The other thing is that may be a contributing factor. I was talking to Shane Lowry this week. This is a Ryder Cup year, and often players, they build up so much to the Ryder Cup. It's such a big battle. It's something they really... And there's almost a deflation after it. It's like after playing the majors, the anti-climax. Lowry's found it difficult to get his mojo going again after that. He really enjoyed playing in the Ryder Cup. This man's record in the Ryder Cup, exemplary. You know, played so well with John Rahm, and you just think maybe coming towards the end of the year, you just go a bit flat, and that just flatness reflects in the way you swing the club. I know that's hard to believe for players out there, but these guys, they rely so much on adrenaline to make their bodies work.
It's been a great start to the day for Danny Willett. Look at his highlights here on the 3rd. Rolled that one in.
Pretty good shot coming up the hill. This is the place to attack the flag on 5 today. Yeah, brilliant.
And the par 3 6th, it was a pretty good tee shot, pin high and a bit left, and another lengthy one hold. The putter was really starting to heat up for Danny Willett.
Out of position off the tee, good layup, nice pitch in, and roll that one in for his 3rd birdie on the bounce.
And that would be 3 under par on the day, with the drop shot coming at the 4th as well. You can see 7 out of 8 greens hit. Just the one inside 10 feet. But the putter has done the damage. And it's interesting what you say about the adrenaline, because it's something that the players mentioned in terms of when we were coming back from the pandemic as well. Those first events not having crowds, and it was interesting. Some players in particular, and Rory Mcilroy as well, spoke about it, struggling to get going and get into competition mindset when there isn't the energy and the buzz of a crowd around creating that adrenaline.
Yeah, and you see it every week in practice rounds, in, you know, the Pro-Am format. They have one body for that. But the moment the gun goes off and you get the card and pencil in your hand and it's the first round of the tournament, they just get charged up. There's just that little bit more frisson in the system. And they can hit it, 10, 15, 20 yards further. Just by that extra little bit of energy, the boost they get from the start of the tournament. Come the end of the week, and now you're actually going to try and win the tournament. Now you're even revved up to the max, and then you can hit it. Well, it's just amazing how much more energy and strength you've got.
Yeah, often when it comes to the back nine as well, it's managing that and knowing what your body does in those situations, so you can allow for that with your club selections and your strategy. Dietrich with an outside look for birdie here on the 6th.
And of course the other thing is you can get too much, you can be overhyped, and sometimes you go overhyped, you get tense, and then the adrenaline goes away and you just can't perform at all. Just that happy mix.
Not often you see a professional golfer with that much club into a par 4 these days.
I think he's using that club because of the lie, trying to get the club head through the grass. Finds the left-hand bunker.
Yeah, pin 35 on 8 from the left today. Garcia, we saw how much Thomas Dietrich allowed for swing on a similar sort of line. A bit too much, the Belgian. Has Garcia got the read right? Yes, he has, and maybe that is the shot and the birdie that just gets him going. Would have got 10-3 on that one going in.
He doesn't look like he's getting going at all at the moment, does he? He's keeping everything a little bit in check, but he will have enjoyed this.
Started looking good right about now.
This is terrific tee shot from Cantor. Looking straight down the throat of the green. That's two majestic shots. That's where power really comes into its own. He was just hitting a medium short iron in there, where some players are having to hit 3 irons, or as we saw Willett, those hybrid clubs.
Now this is the European Tour Betcast live from the DP World Tour Championship. Well, it's going to be a thrilling day, a thrilling afternoon, especially when these guys, the leaders, get out onto the course. Rory Mcilroy with the 1-shot lead, coming in off of a win in his last start as well. What do you make of where Rory McIlroy's game is at the moment? Because he's picked up a couple of wins this year, even though the game hasn't perhaps been at the lofty standards he would necessarily expect it to be every week.
I think Rory right now is in a good place, because I think he's admitted to himself that I've got to work out how to play myself, what works for me. I think he's trying to play much more on a natural gut feel, and that seems to be paying off so far this week. And if he continues in that mode, I think he'll benefit going forward. His game right now looks to be very good. Swing looks much more neutral, therefore he can maneuver the ball either way. So right now, good. I'd like to see him this good at April next year.
That is the key for him, isn't it? Carrying that form and contending in majors again. So who's going to win the par 5 7th, Warren? Garcia, the favourite.
Well, I would normally put him as a favourite here. I'm not so sure. This is the club that I worry about right now. He hit an absolute wicked tee shot on the first day. Went at it, hooked it away left.
Well, I'm going to say that that birdie on the previous hole has just settled him down a bit. Well, not as far left as he was on the first day.
It's all right though.
It's fine.
Better left, really, in a way, than right. Right, the rough is pretty juicy. Willett. Okay, now, to see how much stop he can get on this, but I don't think he can get too much. We just haven't seen guys get a lot of spin coming out of sand. See that releasing on. Well played though. Oops.
Dietrich. Well, I think he almost turned straight to the caddy. Was he asking for another ball straight away there?
Yeah, that's I'll hit a provisional, but we know it's okay. It's on a pathway. Needs to get a little message to say that that's all right, but I'm sure will say I'm playing a provisional. You don't say you're playing provisional, you just put another ball in play, then that's the ball that counts.
It is a provisional ball though for Thomas Dietrich off of the 7th. Oh, he's done the same again. Almost identical there. Cantor, 2 excellent shots to find the heart of this 9th green.
Putt into the green. Yeah. That's 2 putts in a row. He's almost been up very quickly. Didn't actually putt and get the putt ahead through the impact area. Up and quit on it a bit.
So toughest hole on the course this week, the 9th, albeit there were a couple tougher than it yesterday. But having done the hard work and finding the putting surface in a couple of shots, you wouldn't expect to drop a shot here with a 3 putt. So he's holed out aggressively, holed out well so far, Laurie Cantor.
Has had only 3 bogeys on the front 9. Strangely enough, on the scoring 9 on the other side of the course, he's had a lot more bogeys on the back 9, which is a little bit strange. Ten bogeys altogether coming into the final round. 13 birdies.
It just trickles away to the left, so it will be an 11th bogey of the week. So just the 1 birdie, 1 bogey there at 9 in an outward 36 for Laurie Cantor. And with 9 holes to play, he's right where he started the day at 3 under par. Danny Willett with his par putt here on the 9th, about 4 feet.
That's a good save. That's where really top-line pros benefit over handicap players, really good amateurs. Their ability to scramble, keep around going, keep that momentum, keep that
8 weeks
belief.
a long time off. And you know,
we were talking about Willett. I mean, he's had appendicitis, a hernia, and wisdom tooth trouble this year. So he's had all 3, hopefully no more. That's all his bad health problems out the way. And he's had a win.
Dietrich has found his first ball. But the view is not great.
What's the point of going back to the machine?
Can you get anything in? Because then we can, if we drop them, we're literally just chipping out. I'm just thinking, is there anything there? I mean,
yeah, definitely.
Because that will be worth it. Do you know what I mean? Otherwise, we're literally dropping back on line and then chipping down there anyway. I'm not saying we can get it on the fairway or anything, but even if we get it down into the rough, do you know what I mean? Yeah. Then we can lay something up.
Well, I thought he was actually on the pathway. I didn't realise he was in the trees. There has to be worth having a go to knock this out
I mean, we can get something down the
somewhere. I can't believe he can't think that he's going to move this quite a long way.
As long as you're confident, you feel like you can get enough on it to get.
Must be able to get. You can get enough backswing. You can certainly force your way through there.
Yeah, as long as this does come out better than, as the caddy's saying, take a drop and then having to chip out anyway.
All right.
Got it not far off the edge of the fairway. So having to go a little bit backwards, but back on the hole.
Now, for someone who's had a lot more experience of playing from the trees than Dietrich, I just couldn't understand why he didn't even think of that in the first place. He obviously doesn't do that too often.
I thought you were going to say me then, as someone who has a lot more experience of playing from the trees.
Would I do that? Would I do that?
It would have been deserved if you had have done. I mean, my theory is just to have a crack at it and hope for the best, but my rounds aren't quite as important as the final round of the DP World Tour Championship. So Willett, off the back of that excellent par save on 9, couple of holes now that offer reasonable scoring opportunities, and it's driver on the 10th.
Oh, we've seen players miss the fairway. They get one or two weird bounces. He's missed the fairway there. Traditionally, hardest fairway to hit, and yet it's a dead straightaway par 4.
Maybe that's the problem. Every player likes to see a little bit of shape often on something. That dead straight hole, dead straight fairway, sometimes it can just be hard to visualise the flight you need.
I think this is the right club off the tee, a 3-wood, because length is not required here, or not in high demand.
Bogey, birdie, birdie on this hole. Laurie Cantor over the first 3 days. And an excellent tee shot today.
Third shot, just a layup. So he's got to rely on a pitch and a putt to save par. Well, more than a pitch. Still quite a long way back there, Dietrich.
I went to the University of Illinois over in America, as did Thomas Peters, his compatriot. Had a really, really successful time over there in the American collegiate system. Thomas Dietrich turned pro with a lot of hype. Got a win very quickly by 12 shots, a record win on the Challenge Tour. Garcia 6-5 for birdie or better from here on the par 5.
Yes, laid up in a good spot there. Get plenty of spin with that wedge from the upslope.
Yeah, there are a couple of bunkers lurking short, but don't think it reached them. It is a nice pair of shades that Garcia's got on. I just hope he doesn't lose them as easily as you lose yours, Warren.
Yeah, I lose mine when I'm still wearing them.
That's one of my favourite moments of the week, where you were looking for your shades while they were not just on the top of your head, on your eyes.
I know. Well, just one of those days.
Every birdie at the DP World Tour Championship will result in a €75 donation to UNICEF's COVAX facility. €100 for every eagle and €1,000 for every albatross. The Every Birdie Counts campaign has supported UNICEF throughout the 2021 season. It's an integral part of the tour's programme, Good for Golf. So important that the European Tour and golf has a positive impact wherever we go and wherever the sport is played, and we certainly do that. If you'd like to donate to UNICEF's COVAX facility, you can visit europeantour.com for more information. 1-3-2 to the pin for Dietrich on 7.
Yeah, coming into this week, 2,802 rounds, not one albatross.
Really?
Well, they're quite rare birds.
True.
They don't happen that often. You know, if you get 3 or 4 a season, it's a lot.
I know the answer to this, and you probably do as well, but how many holes in one? And I know this because I watched the excellent video with Matt Fitzpatrick, Shane Lowry and Ian Poulter on the numbers game, and they had to answer a few stats-based questions and then do a fun nearest the pin challenge earlier this week. One of them was how many holes in one on the European Tour this season? Well, I'll give you the 3 options that they had.
23.
Oh, there's been a few more since. The options were 21, 31, 41.
Oh, it's not 41.
It's not, it's 31.
31, yeah, okay.
I mean, that's incredible when you think about it. I mean, I know these guys are world-class players, but that's a lot of aces.
Yeah.
So most top 5 finishes on the European Tour this season. Cantor with 4 of them. Bland 6. What a year it's been for Richard Bland. What a story. Oldest first-time winner in history. 98 yards and 13 to 10 to make birdie from here, Laurie Cantor.
Well, I can tell you, in 2015 there were 46 hole-in-ones. That's the most they've ever had in a season. And the very next year they had 40, which is the second highest tally.
Oh, well, in that case the players are slipping.
Overall, they've had 1,118 holes in one on the European Tour since the year dot. Just in passing, I thought I'd let you know that.
Really good shot from Danny Willett there from 95 yards, just out of the right-hand rough. Look at that blade opened up for Garcia for his 3rd on the 7th.
Leaning forward, just dropping the club on it. Now here's another interesting one, talking about hole-in-ones. During the pandemic, we were talking about, you know, things being a bit more difficult for players to get up. Only 22 hole-in-ones that season. I wonder if that was something to do with the energy levels of players. And
slightly shorter season as well, a little bit less golf, but certainly, I mean, a lot of the players have fantastic practice facilities at home as well, but not all of them. You know, some guys were struggling to get out, don't necessarily have the simulator, the home putting green, and with restrictions in their countries, made practicing difficult. Dietrich just scrambling to try and save his bogey now.
Yeah, double bogey on a par 5 would be a bitter blow, especially when you swing it and hit it as sweetly as he does normally.
Just having a little look at the leaderboard. Defending champion Matt Fitzpatrick has made a birdie on the first hole to get to 9 under par and into a tie for 10th. Players at the top end of the leaderboard now just starting to filter out onto the course. Just about 9 minutes past 11 local time. Rory Mcilroy the leader, and Sam Horsfield currently second, will be out at 5 past 12. So just under an hour. This is Laurie Cantor for his birdie to get to 4 under par here on the European Tour Betcast. Seven to 4 on that Garcia makes it. And that's 2 in a row, so A slow start to the day for Sergio Garcia. Pars on all of the first 5 holes, but he's now a couple under on the round. Danny Willett, 11-4 on for the par, 2-1 birdie or better. So, 2-1 shot that he holds this. I think we can discount the 3-putt at 80-1. The way he's been putting, I'd quite fancy this to find the bottom of the cup.
Yeah, fair bit of swing on it, mind you. But I fancy him as well. Oh, wait. Nearly. For a 6. Well done. So even par for the par 5s. Only a 2 under for the 5s this week for Thomas Dietrich, really. If you want to contend in this tournament, that's not quite good enough.
Matt Fitzpatrick has just snuck onto the first page of the leaderboard with that birdie at the first. And it is a star-studded leaderboard, isn't it? Major champions, Martin Kaymer, Shane Lowry, Collin Morikawa and Rory Mcilroy all vying for this DP World Tour Championship. Or will it be a life-changing day? Could it be a breakthrough victory for Sam Horsfield? A player with huge potential makes lots of birdies. Casey, Hatton and Poulter picking up early shots as well. It's the 8th tee back there. And we've got a longest drive market. Sergio Garcia, the favourite, at 7-5. Dietrich 13-8, 11-5 that they both missed the fairway. Do you think those couple of birdies will give Garcia the boost he needs to find the fairway here and be the longest, Warren?
Right, I'm not 100% 100% sure. Just has he got the driver out? In many respects, I'm not sure whether the driver's the right club here, because they're trying to aim it, just sneak it past the right-hand edge of the left-hand bunker. If they pull it over that bunker, they can go in the rough and you can run out of fairway.
Garcia averages around 4 or 5 yards longer than Dietrich off the tee, and that looks like an absolute perler.
Yep. Strangely, that middle bunker on the right, normally that, well, going back in the day, that got a lot of action. A lot of players would find, haven't seen anyone even vaguely near that bunker because they can take on the dogleg. It's so far off their line at the moment, they don't even see it.
Oh, it's a good ball from Dietrich as well, though. Similar sort of line to Garcia's. This will be interesting. I think it is Garcia, as you can see there, by, well, probably about 3 or 4 yards. So longest drive to the Spaniard. Danny Willett, iron off the tee.
Yeah, another dogleg hole, not as severe maybe as the 8th, but going down the right does open up the second shot. You can see the green from there. Left half of the fairway gives you a blind shot over a little mound. In today on 11, halfway up the green on the left side, so the further right you go, the much better line you get in.
One over par for the week on this hole. Cantor surprising when it is just an iron off the tee for him. Cantor actually higher in the world rankings of this pair now, 92 to 120. Dietrich at 82 in the world rankings there, Garcia 44. He's still looking for an individual win, Thomas Dietrich, but he did get a victory in the ISPS Handa Melbourne World Cup of Golf alongside Thomas Pieters, that a pairs event in November 2018, and the victory on the Challenge Tour that we mentioned as well by a record-breaking 12 strokes. Just hasn't quite got it over the line on the European Tour yet. They're having a good chat there, Thomas Dietrich and Sergio Garcia, and Dietrich's grandmother is actually Spanish, so he's pretty good in Garcia's native tongue as well, so chatting away in Spanish there quite happily. How are your foreign language skills, Warren?
Très bon.
Wunderbar. So Garcia, it was a slow start. This was on the 6th hole. And he drained that long one to get his first birdie of the day.
Yeah, just warming up the engines with the putter, the flat stick working nicely, trying to get some energy in the system. Looking a little bit better, chatting a little bit more relaxed going down there, just warming to the task.
Yeah, 7 under par now for the tournament. That's got him inside the top 20. Never finished outside the top 21 in this event in 9 appearances.
Still need to get 35 out of it. Okay. In the heat.
Well, Garcia, not only the longest drive in this pair, but longest drive on this hole today at 345 yards.
Just favouring just slightly right.
So a 28-year-old Belgian just easing that one over the top of the flagstick.
Got a feeling that 11 to 5 for birdie or better will be a bit shorter now. We've only had a couple of them so far today.
Longest drive, Garcia, as you were saying, 345. Not bad for a 41-year-old who's not hitting it all that well at the moment.
No.
I bet that one came out the middle of the club face, though.
He's birdied the last couple, and 21 to 10 to get one here. And it's a decent look. He could pump this one in close.
Has to carry it up there. Anything short will go back down the plateau. Better rhythm. Yeah, it's just going to make the shoulders feel a bit heavy again.
Might well see him get the putter head on the ball there, though. It just all depends how it comes through that fringe grass. Cantor up ahead. Well, he wanted it to land soft, and that's exactly what it did. Superb approach there. So 1 over par for this hole this week. Cantor, a very good opportunity to get that back to level par if he can roll that in for birdie. Just a few paces ahead of him, Danny Willett with his second. A little bit of sweat, I think they're dripping from the brow. It is pretty hot out there, really starting to heat up as we move towards midday.
This has got some spin on it. Yep, good shot.
Well, it's interesting, the last couple of holes it's looked like Cantor's had the advantage after 2 shots have been played, and Willett's ended up coming out on top or halving the hole, so take nothing for granted there, even though Cantor's in a little bit closer. I thought we might see the putter, but the wedge, Warren.
Yeah, and is he going to take the flag? Is he going to leave the flag out? Interesting, because so many players putt with the flag in now. It almost uses a little backstop. So he's asked to take the flag out. So I can only imagine he wants this to almost run in and drop in from the front edge. So sort of a delicate little chip here. Did see him play one from the back of the green the other day. Got a little bit sharp on it and suddenly it whizzed away past the hole.
Not great, just look, a little bit of decel through the ball there.
Yes, that is a rare sight. That's about as rare as albatrosses in this tournament.
Got such great hands. We've seen him play some delightful pitch shots already today and earlier in the week when he was part of our day 1 coverage here on the European Tour Betcast.
There's almost no swing of the arms at all, as if he was trying to hit it so delicately.
It's going to be good, mate, with the speed you've got to put on it. Yeah.
Just had a lot of body sway forward because he wanted to get the club on the back of the ball first, but then actually had no swing of the club. Arms have got to move.
Those putter grips don't taste great.
Just trying to let all the bad vibes get out of the system before he hits the putt. Just going to let Dietrich go first. Get a feeling it should be Garcia's putt, but we're going to have a bit of ready golf. I'm ready, I'll go.
Possibly not a bad idea for Sergio just to cool off. Ooh, I thought that might be wiggling away on the low side, but
it wiggled back.
It did. So a good bounce back for Thomas Dietrich after the 6 on the par 5. That gets him back to 7 under par.
Really important. He makes a good putt here. Hopefully he can hold it, save par. Well done. Well, now I forget about the chip shot. Hopefully that's erased from the brain cells.
All's well that ends well. Garcia stays at 2 under for the day, 7 under for the tournament.
Bit of Shakespeare, eh? All else that ends well.
I like to get the bard into commentary every now and then.
Yeah, why not? Willett for his birdie on 11. Nice length putt to have, but into a bit of grain. Oh, looking very, very solid on the greens.
Yeah, that is excellent. And he joins Garcia and Dietrich at 7 under par, having started the day a couple of shots behind them.
Could have almost given.
That's a cracking pair of shorts there on the left, the ones with the multicoloured palm leaves on. I like that. Might don a pair like that by the swimming pool next week.
Cantor for his birdie here. Will be his 15th birdie of the week. That's pretty good going, except last year when he played in this tournament, Cantor had 22 birdies, just the same amount as the man who went on to win, Fitzpatrick, but made a few more bogeys last year than the winner. So we have a look at the 9th, see how it narrows down at 320. Big hit to knock it up there. All the way uphill to the green, so tough pin today, considering the length of the hole, 499.
Call me sadistic, but I'm quite enjoying seeing the pros struggle a little bit on this very tough par 4 this week.
Might be a little weight on that tee, so to the 12th. One of the toughest holes on the course, certainly one of the toughest on the back nine. 476 yards, again, second shot up a steep slope.
Just leaked it to the right a touch. Camber will just bring it back into the right hand side of the fairway. The ball will be above his feet for the second shot though.
Saw something very strange on those hole graphics to the right of the screen they were showed. Had a few puffs of cloud in the sky.
Disgraceful.
Haven't seen any of that this week. Don't know where they came from.
So what's Laurie Cantor going to do on this hole? 5-1 birdie or better. It's a tough hole, as Warren says.
Where are those clouds in that graphic? I think that's just a bit of poetic license.
13 to 8 on for the par. Decent tee shot, carrying that bunker on the left.
All right, well, you call a decent tee shot. I'm just going to check on that. That's 305 to carry. 305 to carry uphill. Well, decent tee shot.
Well, it was decent because it wasn't in the fairway. If it was in the fairway at that length, it would have been brilliant. But I thought I don't want to give him too much praise for missing the fairway.
I don't want to play with you if you think that's only decent.
That's why I'm so hard on myself, Warren. Matt Fitzpatrick, a two-time winner here and defending champion at the DP World Tour Championship. 2 under, a couple of holes into this final round. Ian Poulter as well, up to 9 under par, tied 12th. Interesting to see what Marcus Armitage can do today. He got to 11 under at one point yesterday, a couple of drop shots. It was still a very good Saturday for him. Danny Willett in our coverage, putting wonderfully, 4 under par here on the European Tour Betcast. Up to 7 under and a tie for 21st. Thomas Dietrich there as well, Sergio Garcia, our second pairing this morning. Tommy Fleetwood at 7 under as well. Guido Migliozzi and Adrian Moronk at 4 under par with 3 holes of their week and their European Tour seasons left to go, and they've been good seasons. Migliozzi, top 5 finish in the US Open. Adrian Moronk, the first pole on the European Tour. Well, look at that from Bernd Wiesberger, a 63 there. He was well adrift at the bottom of the leaderboard coming into the final round, and he's fired the low round of the week, Warren.
Low round of the week to finish at +2. Yeah, no, it just goes to show. I think he's just run out of puff as well coming towards the end of the season. He's a really good player. Not surprised that he shot 63. Just surprised that he had 3 poor rounds ahead of it.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how this all unfolds once we've finished up here on the European Tour Betcast.
How about McIlroy? So far this week, he's had 18 birdies and an eagle. Last year's winner had 22 birdies for the week, Fitzpatrick. I mean, he's had 4 bogeys and 1 double, Rory, so he's given a few shots away, but I mean, that's a staggering number of birdies and eagles on the course. So if you wanted to see someone play today, go and watch Rory.
Well, no doubt plenty of the crowds will be with Rory McIlroy. Probably Collin Morikawa as well. Thomas Dietrich. Longest drive. Sergio, the slight favourite. Can Dietrich find the fairway?
Yeah, okay.
Yes, he can.
I'm just going to keep hitting shit strikes. It'll be fine on the fairways.
Apologies for any bad language you might have heard there. Is Sergio Garcia going to knock it past that, do you think, Warren?
I think going by the last tee shot, I think he might. I'm rather liking the look of that. I don't think Dietrich was overly happy that it came out the middle of the blade, so if he just gets this one out of the centre of the club, nice smooth hit, as long as he don't go at it too hard. He did go at it hard. Suspect it's not going to hold the fairway. Thing about that is you can see the ball, although that's in the rough, that's in the lighter rough. Thick heavy rough is down the right, so it's a good miss.
You ever see more aggressive?
I don't mind. Throws a long way. What you got back edge?
219? 19, yeah. Could be. I don't think it's exactly going to kill you if it fucking just pops on. Well, I think that's a long way then, is it?
Yeah. Maybe just a bit too extreme on a pitch there if it don't go
like,
forward.
Honestly, you can just hit a normal one of these, pitching it around 210. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Try to finish it a couple left of it.
Well, that graphic just shows you how hard this hole normally plays. 9 over for the 12th over the times that he has played this hole. Ball above his feet, so going to promote a strong drawn shot. He likes to hit the ball the other way. Oh, lost the footing.
That ball was a long way above my feet.
Good result there for Willett. As he said, that ball was a long way above his feet, but he's found the putting surface. And to be honest, if he finds the putting surface at any kind of range, the way he's putting, it's a chance.
Yeah, no, I do like 2 yards left.
Well, it looks a good lie, but there's certainly going to be enough grass between the club face and the ball here. So he's just got to watch it doesn't come out too hot.
Go on. Go on.
And mark me down for another birdie, so that's 2 he's hit stone dead pretty much the last 2 holes.
And there was one in close when he didn't convert the birdie putt on 8 as well, I think. Let's have another little look.
He's not looking too excited there. Caddy's getting a lot more excited than he is.
And he was telling it to go on, and it didn't need a lot more go on to have potentially been a 2, because he fired it right at that flagstick.
Why were they saying it to go on when they can't see? Because once it goes up and over the bunker and it lands on the green, they've got no idea where it's going.
I think it might have been in mid-air when he said that, or at least on the way down, maybe. Wishful thinking.
Hmm.
And he obviously knew it was hit well, and if anything needed just a touch more to get there.
The colour scheme even matches the logo on the shirt. I mean, that's taking things to extreme levels. Or maybe not. Maybe that's black, is it, rather than blue? I thought for a minute it was blue.
Well, you might have to have a word with him and see if he can get the
Or is it?
logo colours to match up as well.
I told you I am slightly colourblind.
I was going to say, I was tempted to play a trick on you then and say it's actually orange, but...
Orange, not a colour to be worn on the course.
Oh, I wear the odd bit of orange.
Oh, no. It's way too glary. You've got to be relaxed. You need calm colours. You know.
Danny Willett sizing up his birdie putt. Already got 4 red numbers on the card today. And he's not necessarily hit it in ridiculously close. The iron play's been good, but he's held a decent footage of putts. And when they haven't gone in, they've given the hole a little bit of a scare as well, which is often the sign. 12-1 here, Warren. Are you getting any of that action?
Well, I think this is quite a hard putt to get the pace right. It's downhill but into grain. Yeah, it's just doesn't, you know, a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if this came up short. Oh, he's given it a good run. Oh no, it did come up short. Yeah.
Yeah, quite right on the grain there. The pace came off it quick at the end. It looked like it was going to get there and past halfway, and then when it does lose the pace,
yeah,
it stops a little bit more abruptly than certainly those down grain putts.
It's just a little harder to read, isn't it?
Garcia and Dietrich, just the one birdie on this 9th hole today. 2 double bogeys or worse, 8 bogeys.
Urging it to get down. Good shot though. In fact, 2 good shots, although he didn't like the tee shot. Didn't think it was a bad result.
Garcia from the left-hand side in the slightly sparser rough than on the right. Yeah, 15-8 on to make the par. I mean, 20-1 birdie or better. You don't often see the birdie or better odds that long, but of course reflecting the difficulty of this hole.
Jesus Christ.
Now that's going to be interesting, because I don't think he can putt that straight at the hole. But will he elect to chip it? Might better get it straight at the hole. Hard to see exactly. Oh, he can.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
he
okay,
definitely
he
want
can.
to after the chip on the previous hole. Well, you'd given this one to Cantor,
yeah.
so just tidying up from a couple of feet. Yeah, 5 under par. Laurie Cantor goes to.
That's a good birdie to make too. You make birdie on 12, you feel really good about yourself.
Yeah, so in the head-to-head battle there, Cantor now a couple under for the round. Willett 4 under. The best round that we're seeing today on the Betcast. So he's keeping himself close enough, Cantor, that he could challenge Willett in the head-to-head stakes over the remaining third of the round. Garcia and Dietrich level pegging. They're a couple under for the day each as well. It was just a bad finish for Garcia yesterday. Back 9 of 40, 3 bogeys on 16, 17 and 18. Nearest the pin, Danny Willett 5-4, 5-1. They missed the green. Laurie Cantor the slight favourite. Well, if we're going on form and vibes, Laurie Cantor, even though Willett's had more birdies, Cantor has hit more shots in close today. 3 pars for him on the 13th so far this week, so I'm going to side with Cantor. Well, it's a good shot. Unfortunately, because it's about 3 inches onto the apron, I don't think it will count in the nearest the pin market. So all Danny Willett's got to do is hit the green. Fine margins.
Very fine. And it's a small little section up to this left side of the green. Not a massive amount of depth to it. You've got 30 feet or so, so you really got to be on the number. Oh, 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 oh. Now there was a fortunate bounce. How close was that to going in the sand?
I think we're looking at inches and 1 or 2 feet rather than yards for sure, but now it gives him another fantastic look for birdie for Danny Willett. Garcia, on the other hand, wow. I mean, this is a long, long way, 62 feet. 76 feet is the longest putt we've seen hold this week by Adri Arnaus. 35-1. Probably won't be investing.
Well, why not? Just for a little bit of interest either. Once in a blue moon. Is it? Oh, he's left it a mile short. Must be a lot slower there. Cantor's ball, he left a long, long way short. So, combination of uphill putt and into grain, making that hard to read.
Yeah, it went pretty hard left on him pretty early as well, so it can sometimes take a bit of pace out of it. Thomas Dietrich, nice light pink glove there. Quite like that. Would you be seen wearing a light pink glove, Warren?
I think pink looks good on everybody. Very happy to wear a pink shirt. I'd be very happy to have a pink glove. Although the whole thing about a glove is the dye.
You just don't want a pink hand afterwards, or not any pinker than it should be.
No, if the dye affects the softness of the leather.
4-1 for Thomas Dietrich to hold this putt. It's 20 feet.
How did that not go in? How did that not go in? I thought that was in all the way.
I think that's precisely what Thomas Dietrich's thinking as well.
We've seen a lot of putts, though, come to the hole at dead pace, and they look like they're going to continue turning, and they'll almost double break the wrong way and just straighten out, go the other way at the hole.
So he thought he had it, and then hand to the face. But it is an outward half of 34 for Thomas Dietrich, 2 under par. Garcia, about 6 feet for his part, and also an outward half of 34. He's holed out well today, Garcia.
How many marks? I can jump on the other one if not.
From the back of the green, trying to make it 3 in a row here for Dietrich. For Cantor. Sorry, Laurie. Oh! That looks to be hanging over the lip.
I think that's about as close as you can come without holding it.
Well, it is 3 threes in a row. Well, I'm giving him this putt. I'm very, very generous. Don't let me down, Danny, just because it's 13th.
Doesn't even hit the edge of the hole. A big break there that he hadn't seen.
Must just be unlucky 13.
So he stays at 7 under par. This is the European Tour Betcast from the DP World Tour Championship, the Earth Course at Jumeirah Golf Estates in Dubai. And the stage is set for a thrilling climax to the season. Rory Mcilroy, he's He's in pole position to take the win. Collin Morikawa is going to take some beating if anyone's going to topple him from the top of the Race to Dubai standings. But as we've seen this morning on our coverage and from the scores, you can see loads of opportunities to pick up birdies and eagles. Adriano's 4 under par, battling with a bit of a wrist injury but playing well this week.
Minwoo Lee was another player who had a chance to topple the man at the top of the Race to Dubai, the man who beat Thomas Dietrich in the Scottish Open in the playoff. Not really doing anything. Sergio moving up the leaderboard.
Will Zalatoris, the big hitting American, he was part of our coverage yesterday, struck the ball beautifully. Just couldn't get anything going on the greens, but he's a couple under par for his round. Migliozzi 5 under with the par 5 18th to play. And that stunning low round of the week, 63 from Bernd Wiesberger. All a little bit in vain, but a positive to finish the week on. Longest drive, Garcia again, slight favourite. It's been all about whether or not he can hit the fairways. Has Dietrich? He hasn't, so suddenly no fairway at 21 to 20. Sharply into focus.
Off a forward tee again on the 14th, 591, not playing its full yardage at 620. Up 35 yards, and I think it really does make it a very sporty hole. It's just about the whole field can have a go at the green in 2, so inviting players to make birdies or eagles. Had a great eagle yesterday on this hole from Billy Horschel. What would Willett give for an eagle here? He'd love it. First job, find the fairway. Aim at the left-hand bunker, cut it off that one. Or just hit it straight down the right half. Yep. Both in very good shape. Garcia off the 10th. Looking a little bit more comfortable now with the driver. Friendly little kick, keeping it on the fairway. So if he was marked down for the longest drive, he would get it because Cantor's missed the fairway. Well, it's been an absolutely startling season so far.
Right, it's not good, Tyrrell. Oh, right at it, more like.
It's Rolex Series number 4, the very worthy champion. Fabulous. It really is just fabulous. He's got it. The Scottish Open has its youngest winner.
To hit those shots in the moments that matter, that's why you play the game.
It is an American victory on European soil.
And that's a very good question. Whose name will it be on the trophy at the end of the week? he's had his name on the trophy before at this tournament. He's won the DP World. DP World up for grabs. The race to Dubai up for grabs as well. Lots will be decided later on this afternoon. He's enjoying himself out there, Danny Willett. Always nice to finish the season well. Good last round. Jump up the leaderboard. Leave the season in good fettle. Six birdies so far here today. Early doors on the 10th. They've come from the left, the right, the middle of the fairway. Certainly easier to find a birdie from the right half of the fairway, the right side of the course, because the pin is cut on that front section away to the left.
Yeah, 3-1, birdie or better, 3-1 on for the par.
Yeah, I agree. 86 total, 79 from.
So much depends how the ball comes out. Came out soft.
Longest drive on the hole today for Sergio Garcia, 347 yards, just the 17 yards longer than anyone else. There are a few big hitters still to come this afternoon though, and just 62 yards to the pin.
He's got to clear that little bluff at the front of the green. Up and over that. Oh, curtailed to follow through. Wow. So the par 5, just an iron required for Willett, trying to cut this one down the throat of the green.
That come out terrible. Go.
Come out terrible, Willett says, and I think it's found that bunker there short at the front.
Might even be right of it, you know, that could be close to the water's edge, but he's obviously not in it. Well, I hope he's not in it. Hybrid for Cantor. Pin close to the bunker, just past the flag. It goes into a little dip. It's tricky to get it really close. Oh, I thought for a minute it had stayed in the air. No, I think that one is in the bunker.
Yeah, look close to just hopping up onto the green and releasing towards the flag, but both Cantor and Willett will have to get up and down from short to make their birdies. And Dietrich actually getting it in closer, even though Garcia, the longest drive of the day on that hole and just 62 yards to go. He's not left himself the best birdie putt he could have done here.
Down grain from the right.
Ten to 1. Just a close-up look at that more traditional grip that does seem to have done the business for him this week. He's been good on the greens. Good try there, but just couldn't get it high enough.
Again, there, a lot of swing. It's one of those you must go straight across the slope and then hope it hits the 4 line and you've got it right as it tracks down towards the hole. Looks like he's just going to rather mark it, clean it up, get it out of the way for Thomas to see if he can make his birdie. Again, just showing 18 holes out there, obviously, but it's where you hit it on those 18 holes on the green where you've got a reasonable chance of holding it. So you hit it 10 times, you might hit it in decent spots, then how many times do you hold it out of 10? You knock 6 in, you're doing well, you make 6 birdies.
Speaking of 6, it's 6 to 1. Dietrich does knock this in and make the putt. I have to say though, I've been encouraged by Garcia on the greens. You know, of course, that's where he's struggled a little bit throughout his whole career. Losing 0.4 of a stroke on the greens the last full PGA Tour season, so you would expect him to fix the long game, and if he can continue putting like that, more wins to come perhaps as Dietrich fires that one through the break.
And yet, well, you know, we talk about Sergio's putting over the last few years. He's won the Masters, and the Masters does require you have some touch, because if you can't chip and putt round there, then you're never going to win. Oh, I didn't expect Willett to be in this bunker. He's a long way short of the green.
Yeah, he really didn't catch that. Another man who's won the Masters, but that came out very strangely.
Yeah. I still remember though, I mean, that chip that he hit on the 17th hole, just absolutely, the 17th hole, the 71st hole of the tournament. Absolutely magnificent.
So about 3.5 feet for Thomas Dietrich for his par here on the 10th. Putter grip's seen some use. So it is a par to start the back 9 for the Belgian.
Cantor, third shot, steady down.
So both players making harder work of this hole than they might. Danny Willett in particular. Yeah, only just carrying the water to get it into the first of those bunkers, then not far off just knocking it into the second bunker.
Should get it up and down from here, but he's still going to play a very good shot. Just got a little sharp on it. Just a little sharp. Just needed a fraction softer hands there.
Yeah, we haven't seen Willett have to scramble an awful lot today, on the odd occasion, but generally has been reasonably well in position most of the holes, but yeah, he'll have a few feet left there to avoid a 6.
Ten and 11, the 2 holes to start the back 9. Really excellent chances for birdies. Par birdie for Dietrich this week. So that would be ahead of the field. You wouldn't expect to have everyone on the field playing it that way. So he likes the hole.
Only 3 of 8 fairways hit. These are his odds to hit the green in regulation. Well, 11 to 2 on. It is really just a long iron and then a wedge, so you would have to fancy him to hit a green in regulation here.
I don't fancy the progression though. Birdie, par, bogey. Hope he starts again.
So first bit of the job done. And Garcia will be going from the fairway in order to hit the green in regulation. Shane Lowry with a birdie at the opening hole, and he gets to within a couple of shots of Rory McIlroy's lead. Martin Keimer picking up a birdie on the second as well. Yeah, Thomas Dietrich there, the Belgian flag on his caddy's chest. He represented Belgium at the Olympics. And Danny Willett. Oh, again, that flat stick. He's having himself a day on the greens. Saves the par.
But can Cantor make a birdie? That's the thing. So he's putting this, starting it outside the right edge of the hole. So pace has got to be good. And it is.
3 birdies in 5 holes to start the back 9 for Laurie Cantor. He moves to 6 under par, just a shot behind playing partner Danny Willett.
So would you say Cantor's going for a sprint finish?
He is galloping towards the closing stretch. Well, it's a 2-horse race between him and Willett in the head-to-head today.
Oh, yes, I like the way you're going about things. See, just have to hook you in.
I know, we resisted until, I mean, midway through the back 9.
Yeah.
For the horsey puns, but
it's got to be done.
Just looking at the leaderboard, the 2 Hogard twins, they're in 17th place. Incredible years for them. Lucas Herbert, a recent winner on the PGA Tour as well in Bermuda. Miliozzi in with a 67. Christian Bezuidenhout was up towards the business end of the leaderboard earlier in the week, but he's just fallen away. So 82 yards difference between where Sergio Garcia hit his tee shot in round 2 as compared to today. Would have taken the driver for that longer one, but no need today, laying up for position off the tee. 11 under in his career on this hole.
Always looks very measured with his game, Garcia. Strange, because as he goes to address it, everything seems to be so precise, and yet he plays with a lot of freedom and feel. It's almost the opposite way round.
Cantor on the 15th tee. And there you can see he's birdied it all 3 days this week.
He was certainly trying to have a pop at the green there. Certainly get as near to it as he possibly could.
Back to see Dietrich's second shot on its way to the 11th. Oh, a little unlucky. Landing in the fringe there, it didn't just pop onto the edge of the green. Obviously got plenty of spin. That will make the birdie putt a little bit trickier. Also, the aggressive play of driver for Danny Willett, but that looks to be going a long way right.
Have in previous years moved that tee a long way forward on one of the days so that you can almost pitch it on the green. Hasn't done it this year, which is a bit surprising.
So nearly everyone out on the golf course. And Matt Fitzpatrick, the defending champion, making the fastest start of those on that opening page of the leaderboard, 3 under par through 11. John Catlin as well. Don't discount him, a 3-time winner on the European Tour. It would take his career to whole new heights, winning a tournament of the level of the DP World Tour Championship. It is a Rolex Series event, but he's a gritty character and knows how to get over the line when presented with the opportunity. So Garcia just shy of 40 feet. Bogey free today, the Spaniard, and he's had to fight for it. I just wonder if Thomas Dietrich coming through that bit of fringe will get it to the hole. So often this week we've seen players facing similar shots and just come up a few inches shy. 12-1 for Garcia to make this. Much movement in this one, Warren?
Yeah, I was just looking at the surface of the green. I don't think there's a great deal of movement, but it's into grain. Will be from his right. He allowed for a lot more break than I thought was there. I don't think it was that much.
It might have taken a bit more break had it reached the hole, but yeah, it always looked to be on the high side. Yeah, Dietrich has played 4 majors in his career, starting to get into the bigger events. 3 of those majors this year, all 3 but the Masters. Didn't make the cut in any. Did make the cut in last year's US Open though. Oh, and he's got it there, but it just stayed dead straight.
That's why that top 50 of the world ranking is so important to get you into the big tournaments, the major championships. So you don't have to worry about the qualifying process, which can be quite draining and then takes away from the performance. You have to work so hard to get there that you're kind of out of puff before you even start.
So much easier to plan your schedule at the start of the year as well. If you know you're going to be in those big events, the majors, the WGCs, plan your schedule around that to help you peak for those. And this is where Danny Willett has found himself, down the right-hand side.
Well, it looks like he's got a route out and he's got a backswing. There's a question whether he can thread it between the bunkers and still get it on the green. Obviously he can't carry over the front left trap.
Fans in the fans. It is hot out there, so Any opportunity to cool yourself down, very welcome.
Get the club cleanly on the back of the ball as well.
Sound great.
I'm not sure if that's come out. Sounded like it might have hit another tree or a branch somewhere. Willett said that didn't sound great. Looks like the caddy hasn't advanced himself too far with the bag.
I don't think it came out.
So a little bit of trouble for Danny Willett, but Sergio Garcia to keep a bogey off his card today.
Yeah, once again holding out well. That's good.
I think there's Willett's ball, bottom right of the picture. Now in danger of turning a hole that you would target for birdie into a sloppy drop shot. Needs to get up and down from here.
Can't actually tuck it.
There we go. 79 flag. Something simply shot that looks really.
I appreciate that, but
I know, but I'm just saying, if you're looking towards that tree, bracket tower, then it's left the scoreboard. Yeah. 79.
Sometimes the players put the club just behind the ball just to give them the feeling they know once the club's behind the ball what sort of flight they can get on it. So marrying the visualization here with what they expect the ball to do. Back in the stance a bit, so he's going to come out with a lower flight. Chase it up there a bit. Go on, keep going. Well, odds very much looking like he's going to drop a shot there, Danny Willett.
Cantor not far to go, but odds on is the par birdie, or better, 8 to 5. Those odds might be a touch shorter for a birdie now. A decent shot in there.
Dietrich, 12th.
Beauty, Tom.
Comes down off the left, comes down off the right. They play up a valley, really. I think it's one of the easier tee shots to hit, but can be hard to get the alignment right. That bunker down the left side's seen plenty of action this week.
I mean, this putting performance from Danny Willett today, all the more impressive for looking at his stats this year, where the putter just hasn't been firing at all.
Launching himself backwards, try to get as much speed through the impact. Yeah, good shot, but he's behind Cantor.
So 32 feet 8 inches for Willett. Cantor with a decent look for birdie from 15 feet.
I should say he was behind Dietrich. Slight correction.
I mentioned Willett's performance on the green statistically there, losing strokes on the field in the most recent PGA Tour season, 128th in strokes gained putting.
Tied 23rd at the moment. He's going to just inside the top 30 if he misses this, so he's going the wrong way down the leaderboard. Dropping a shot on just about the shortest par 4 on the course will hurt.
So the head-to-head here has really turned on this back nine. Danny Willett had a 3-shot advantage over Laurie Cantor at the turn. And now level pegging, and if Laurie Cantor holds this, he'll go a shot ahead to 4 under par for the day.
Well, 15 feet, nice length of putt to have, in as much as you know you can hit it firmly. You're not really going to 3-putt from here. Don't have to worry about the one coming back, so can relax into the stroke. Just set it off on the right line. That's finished right behind the hole. It didn't go in.
He's had a couple that have missed by the narrowest of margins today.
Well, this has been some exhibition of golf from Garcia, because we know he's not at his best, but he's starting to get the driver going. So he started off slowly. He's just creeping his way around the course, building a nice score. Uphill second shot here, needs some height. Good 6-iron. Oh, how about this? Yep. Just been patient today. He's waited till he starts to get some feel.
Yeah, it just shows the importance. Some of those par saves early in the round
5-shot, low 60s.
just stopped him getting behind the 8-ball.
It's just going quietly at it. .186, be a very big 7. Oh, oh dear. Oh, I hope the person's all right. Don't know where that hit. Just catch them on the thigh.
I think it perhaps might have done. So Rory Mcilroy is out on the course. All of the field are out there on the earth course here in the DP World Tour Championship. The Northern Irishman starting with a par. And Laurie Cantor now on the 16th.
Yeah, Shane Lowry, 2 birdies in the first 3, but didn't birdie the par 5. So Lowry within 1. But Rory is playing the second hole, a hole he's birdied twice and eagled once so far this week.
It's been a bit of a struggle this hole this week for Danny Willett. Double bogey, bogey, par, so 3 over for it.
Progression is better though. And if he makes a birdie from there, he's a better man than you and I.
Yeah, there have been a few loose ones from Willett today. That the bad ones have been quite a long way offline. It's not been little misses, it's been big misses when he has missed.
Walking up to the green, maybe just checking the yardage.
High 80s.
Why did I get that so far wrong?
It completely flew the green. It wasn't as if it pitched back edge and got a firm bounce through. Airmailed it. 28 years old. Fantastic record of top 10 finishes. 27th in the race to Dubai coming into this week, the final event. Finished 18th on the Race to Dubai last year.
Well, he's just looking short of the green here, knows he can't pitch it on the green and get it to stop near the hole, so he's got to stun it in the fringe. I never like players, though, discussing with the caddy where you need to chip it, because that means the player probably can't see it. This is, I mean, this is all feel. You've got to get the right flight at the right speed to pitch it in the area grass so you get the little hop out that you want. These can come out soft, they can come out with a bit of a dart. And he missed the fringe.
He's 102nd on the European Tour in one putt percentage, so need a one putt there to save his par.
And you don't have to improve much. It's just, I mean, if he does drop a shot here, it could be the department of the game that stops him winning, because you save one shot around, 4 shots a tournament, that's massive. And it's just that little bit of extra around the green, that little bit of extra magic that you have. You save a shot. So important at the end of a week. It depends on where you finish in the leaderboard, whether that's outside the top 20 or just inside the top 10, or the difference between a top 10 finish and winning.
Yeah, the margins can be so narrow. 3-1 on Garcia to make his putt. It tells you how good the approach was from Garcia, that after that chip shot, it's still Dietry's honour. (23-20) on Thomas Dietry to hold this. '70th on the European Tour in strokes gained putting. After it early.
Yeah, and from a terrific position down the fairway too, bombed the tee shot. Just lost control of the second one. It's an expensive little bogey. Now he's holed out really well today from this distance, especially when he's needed to save par. Now he's got one for birdie. Yeah, well done.
Just goes in the right hand edge.
I have to say that since we've seen him, we watched him a lot on the Betcast in the first round, we've watched him here today, he's holed a significant number of putts.
He not only looks like, you know, he's got back to decent putting, he looks really good on the greens.
Good news for Willett, he wasn't on the bark chips. Oh, look at this, look at this.
And he's taken advantage of it with a decent shot. Laurie Cantor, 4-1 on for the par, 5-1 birdie or better. That pin over there on the right-hand side, a wide, shallow green. I think if any balls come down right of that today, it's probably been a push. Cantor safely aboard and with another look at birdie. A little look at the par 3 13th, Warren.
Yeah, awkward tee shot today. They've got it over that left-hand bunker on the left-hand edge, so you've only got about 25, 30 feet of green to work with. If you go straight at the flag, a little bit more room if you bail out and go right. So it's asking the question, can you control the length of the shot?
Proximity to that left-hand pin today, though, has been pretty good on average.
Yeah, I mean, I thought if it was healthy, I thought this one should be quality.
Nearest the pin, Garcia the slight favourite.
Which is more kind of south-southeast. Just a comfortable one of those. Southeast straight right to that.
So fifth hole today so far that plays uphill to a green that they can't quite see the surface of the green. So it always makes it a little harder. Half a club more required, or a quarter of a club more required, coming up the slope.
Is Garcia or Dietrich going to win nearest the pin, Warren?
Garcia. Perfect balance. Not on the green. Expecting that one to kick right.
It took a little kick left, if anything.
Straight right to left.
Actual yardage, like with
72 adjust. 72. I'll be.
So again, big tall player launched this into the stratosphere, up in the air, more loft than Garcia.
He just has to hit the green to take the nearest the pin market. 5-1, no green comes in if he misses it, but that's a fantastic dart. Just left of the pin.
Yeah, he was able to carry it all the way there. Garcia was almost trying to bounce it in from the front edge. Cantor for the birdie on 16, down the slope. Just over 20 feet. Amazing that extra difference. You know, outside of 20 feet, really don't hold that many, but you get to 15, 16 feet, you think, well, I've got real excellent chances. 5 or 6 feet. Huge difference.
So Laurie Cantor unable to convert, but Danny Willett a little inside him after that. Wow, fantastic approach from over there, nearly into the bark. 5-2 the way Willett's putted today. 17 feet. Yeah, that's got my interest. 5-2 to hold this for birdie or better. The 10-3 on favourite for par, of course, is a 2-putt from here. Doesn't quite get it there. The heron in the background remaining unimpressed while looking for its lunch. Tony Johnston got a great picture of a heron in flight earlier this week that he was showing us at breakfast yesterday.
Yeah, one of 250. It was the last picture he took too, so another one that's patient. Power putt, little tap in for Cantor. Both of them remain 3 under for the day's score, evenly matched at the moment. 2 very good holes to come.
Yeah, that's 17th, par 3 with water around it, the 18th, the par 5, but it is a volatile one. You see eagles, birdies Bogeys and the odd double bogey up 18 as well.
Now we got Garcia out with a little wedge, chipping from the edge of the green. Last time we saw that was on the 8th. We know what happened there. He only moved it a few feet. Yes, that's more like it. Oh, and this time you see he makes up for it. I was never going to fluff two little chip shots in a row. That's what I meant to do last time.
Yeah, look at that. Just takes an off break at the end there, falls into the right side of the hole, tumbles to the bottom of the cup.
First smile today. Maybe the first smile we've seen all week from him in our coverage.
It's a couple of 2s on the card as well. He opened his account with a 2 on the par 3 6th earlier today.
There he was bemoaning his luck because the ball didn't take the break to the right off the mound.
So 10 feet for Dietrich for a cumulative 4 strokes for this pairing on the 13th.
So this for a Desmond.
This for a Desmond.
If you're wondering what that is, 2-2 for Garcia and Dietrich. And it is 2.
Follows in his partner, and it keeps Dietrich in touch with Garcia in the little head-to-head as well today for the low round. Garcia 4 under for the day, Dietrich now 2 under for the day, bouncing back from that disappointing bogey on the previous hole. 7 under for the tournament, the Belgian. Well, here's a look at where all the drives this week have ended up on hole 14. And the pin just, the tee rather, just moved up a little bit in rounds 3 and 4, hence why you can see a few of those blue dots further down the hole, some of them very far. I think one of those was Will Zalatoris yesterday. Was it 375 yards he hit it down here yesterday?
Yep, I think you're right. No small hit. Well, he might have got 30 or 40 yards of run, but it's still a very long way.
And we do have a longest drive market here, 13 to 8, neither of them hit the fairway. I'm backing Sergio Garcia.
Oh, I think I'm going to go for Thomas.
Is that because you think Dietrich will be longer, or because you think Sergio might miss the fairway?
I think on both counts. I'm going for Sergio to miss the fairway, Dietrich to hit it, and hit it quite a long way.
Okay. Right, come on, Garcia. You're doing this for my personal pride in the commentary box, as well as your score, and you've got a nice round going.
Going right rough here. Oh, I think he's nailed it. He's nailed it. Oh, not only nailed it, he's nailed it right slap bang centre of the fairway.
Oh, I'm feeling confident now. I mean, Dietrich can shift it, but not sure he can get it past that.
Oh, this is high. This is striped. Oh, and it's stuck on the rough. Oh.
That would have been interesting if that had landed in the fairway. I think it would have been really, really interesting. Head to the 17th, Laurie Cantor's tee shot on its way. Green surrounded by water. And Cantor, it's a good shot in there to about 20 feet or a touch over. Fans enjoying their day out. Of course, Sunday not a weekend day here in Dubai, the weekend Friday, Saturday. Pars all 3 days for Danny Willett.
Looking it up and down. Okay. Sure about the angle as to who's closest there. Not much in it.
Rory Mcilroy birdies the second hole to open up a 2-shot lead, and well, Matt Fitzpatrick on the charge, 5 under par through 8 holes today. He's in that group in a tie for second, the defending champion. So we were saying Rory Mcilroy looking to be the first man to become a 3-time champion here at the DP World Tour Championship. Fitzpatrick, of course, could do that as well if he could pull off an incredible win today. Sergio Garcia with that chip in. He's up into a tie for 14th. Garrick Higgo rounding 67. Grant Forrest finishing off a good year well. First European Tour win for him this season. Abraham Ancer, the Mexican who's come over to play in this event, actually went to the Fire course, the other course here where the Aviv Dubai Championship was played last week. When he arrived for his first practice round, saw all of the staging and the signage around the first tee, thought, well, that must be where the tournament is. Got there, opened up his yardage book and thought, well, that doesn't look right. Fortunately, did make it onto the correct course here for his practice rounds. And as we go a bit further down, the guys that haven't quite had the weeks they'd have wanted. Richard Bland at closing 73. An absolutely sensational season for him. Finally got that first European Tour win at the British Masters at the Belfry. And Bernd Wiesberger, 63 today, came into the final round dead last. He shot the low round of the week. And that just shows what is possible out there. James Morrison, last man in the field this week, and he'll finish second to last. It's all bubbling up very nicely at the top of that leaderboard. Right here on the European Tour Betcast, though, we've got Garcia and Dietrich preparing to play their second shots here into the par 5 14th. Laurie Cantor and Danny Willett aboard the 17th green. And those red dots, that's where the 10 birdies so far today have come from. So a little bit of a mixture. Left-hand bunker, right-hand rough. And it's just into the left-hand rough where Dietrich is. Rory 2 ahead and 6-5 on favourite.
It's this knuckle here on the corner.
I'm just going to hit a hard left one and try to cut it back, but if it doesn't come back, it's fine.
I mean, to be honest, even down where we were the other day, it's not the end of the world for all the green away with.
See the players up there on the green, so a little bit of a wait for the guys down in the fairway, so chance to go to 17. See the putts of Cantor, and first to go Willett.
Obviously the players won't know this, but for the sake of our head-to-head betting, an interesting match play situation here, both with decent looks at it, both tied on their rounds today at 3 under par.
Yeah, I thought it was first to go was Willett, but it's actually going to be Cantor.
I don't think there was an awful lot on it.
No.
And it's 13-5 for Cantor to make this. I mean, it'd be interesting to see how those odds compare to what we get in a moment for Danny Willett, because certainly the way the pair have putted today, if you were going to back one of them at this moment to hole a putt on this green, it would be Willett. So it's 13-5 for Cantor.
Yes, Cantor's really holed his birdies from much shorter range. Hasn't really holed anything of any great length. But there's always a first time.
maybe it means he's due one. Oh, so frustrating in the jaws. I can tell you it's 2-1 for Danny Willett to hole his birdie putt as we jet back to Thomas Dietrich with 2:69 to go on the 14th. Second shot of the 14th. I'll put my teeth in a minute, Warren.
He was aiming for the big cut. That's absolutely haired through the green.
Yeah, just got a shooty bounce as he's gesticulating there. So confirmation 2-1. 11-4 on that he misses.
It's funny, isn't it? It looks longer than 16 feet because it seemed to be on a similar arc as the man he's playing with, Cantor, but 3 feet nearer. Into green, left to right, in like a bullet. Absolute bullet.
Second two of the day for Danny Willett. 6th birdie.
It was a good goal, but it's really trying to go that last 2 feet.
7 under par for the tournament. That's enough for tied 25th right now.
Not a great lie here to cut one into the green. Ball above his feet, side hill, downhill slope. It was a tough shot. Yeah. You've got to be really on your game to be able to manage that one. I mean, Sergio all week's not quite been on top form.
It's ironic, isn't it? He has a great week on the greens, and it's the bit of the game that's normally so reliable for him that isn't quite there.
How often does that happen though? You get one bit right, you might drive it well or suddenly hit really good irons, then the putt doesn't work out. You chip it really well, but you don't hold putts. This is the 18th. Par 5, forward tee again today, so getting it past the left-hand bunker's not the problem. It's the creek in the middle. So very easy to run through the fairway at 280. It's narrow the further you go up the fairway. And with the pin cut on the front section, close again to the creek that winds its way from the left all the way down the middle of the course. Just need to be hole high right. Anything left of that flag and you're back in the water. Long right doesn't give you an easy chip either. Down the slope, down the plateau. So front right third, just short of the pin, almost where that white dot is. Is that the imaginary ball where the ideal place to hit it is?
I really like this hole with the tee moved forward. I think it's challenges the players a little bit more off the tee and greater rewards if you do take on the aggressive line, the aggressive tee shot and pull it off.
However, it doesn't put it in the favour of someone like McIlroy. It brings McIlroy back to the field, which in many respects something he probably doesn't appreciate.
Well, I guess if he bombs a drive down there, he's hitting less club in for his second than most people, so...
Yeah, and he may not even need the driver. I mean, 280, could 3-wood, 275, something like that, and then still able to get at the green.
Well, par 5 scoring this year, Danny Willett averaging 4.61. Laurie Cantor 4.65. Longest drive market. Well, do you think the sneaky long Danny Willett might edge Cantor here?
Straight down, middle of that far bunker there.
Yeah, but if he can hit the fairway, I'm just, having seen what he did on 16, I'm a little bit worried about this going on the safety side and finding the left-hand rough.
Teed it pretty low.
Get lucky. Keep going. Keep going. Get lucky. Actually bounced right a bit on it. Might have stayed in water, but
Not quite sure where that's come down at this stage. Garcia's third on the 14th. He chipped in on the previous hole.
Chipping all the way downhill. That needed some touch. And he's got that in bundles. Just got that absolutely right on the very edge of the green. Now, Cantor doesn't need to go at this very hard. This is just like a normal drive. Aim it down the left side, and carry over the bunker. Doesn't need to go at this very hard. Just a nice one. We did go at it hard.
Just a little right.
That just fades a little bit. It could be ideal. Just staying over on the left-hand side. So he's in the rough. So that longest drive market all depends on what happened to Danny Willett's ball. We will find out pretty shortly as we go to Dietrich, after that shooting bounce all the way through the green. Has this for his third at the par 5.
Pretty straightforward shot. Nothing much to worry him here. And again, not what he was looking for. You see the quality of the short game that Garcia has compared to the quality of short game Dietrich. You can see why one's won a major and a lot more tournaments. This guy's struggling to get a single win under his belt.
Yeah, Garcia does play the par 5s well. Also 7th on the PGA Tour in par 5 scoring average, 4.52. 4.66 for Thomas Dietrich. But if he could hold this, that would bring that average down just a touch. 4-1 to do so. We saw him hold that longish putt for birdie on the front 9, but he's not holed huge yardage today. So didn't even get it to the hole, but taps that in for the par 5. So Thomas Dietrich stays at 7 under par. And just the 1 under for the par 5 holes this week, which around here, well, on most golf courses, doesn't get the job done throughout the week. He does have one more opportunity on a par 5 though, of course the 18th. Garcia to get into double digits at 10 under par.
There will be a little bit of turn on this, so we'll grab his attention. Yep, well done. That's a very good up and down. 5th birdie of the day. Does like to do well on a Sunday, Garcia. Low round on this course in the final day. 64. You'd have to go some to equal that. Willett is in the water.
So no fairways then in the longest drive market. And when it comes to the head-to-head, that obviously gives Cantor the advantage. Willett 1 shot up on his playing partner right now, 4 under for the day to Laurie Cantor's 3 under. But that could all change on this closing hole, with that man in your picture there finding the water hazard off the tee.
Yeah, so then you just go 2 club lengths and go 4 right. Yeah, you definitely got. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Whether they have the option with the water there, go either side. There's fairway on the other side of the creek.
Yeah, happy with that. Yeah, no, 100%.
But he's only looking at 4 up once he's taken the drop, so effectively played 2. Now he thinks he's only got about a 4 iron.
32. And I hit this what? Almost at the Rolex is perfect. Wind straight out the right. Yeah. So this will pitch in and around quite, won't it? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not looking quite that line, but no, distance-wise. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can split the Rolex and the edge of the green, right edge of the green for me. Yep. I think that'd be the correct line. Wind straight out of the right.
He still could make a birdie, of course, but aiming this one just inside the right edge of the green. Tough off the downslope, get the height. That's in the water again. Big splash.
Apologies for the bad language there, but it's not the first occasion we've seen Danny Willett just struggling with the grips there. Obviously very warm conditions out there, just about 30 degrees centigrade, very sweaty, and that's probably the 4th or 5th occasion we've seen him just worrying about the hand slipping. So birdie or better is evens, par the slight favourite. He's in a decent spot here. Birdie or better at evens sounds good to me.
Get the birdie, the eagle would be hard to get this close to the hole from this angle. It's nicely on the green.
So that for eagle, couple of putts for the birdie, and with Willett in all kinds of trouble, Cantor in pole position to take that match today. Garcia, hand off the club on the floor, shouting for, well, it's just settled down there. Is he going to be able to get a backswing on that ball under the tree? What kind of angle is he going to have to get it back into play? And that's been the miss all week for him, hasn't it, Warren?
It's the fallback. It's almost as if he's trying to extra speed he's going for and leaning back.
Well, Dietrich loves this 15th birdie all 3 days.
See, much better balance there, natural leverage. Big wide arc.
Yeah, superb tee shot down the right hand side. Pin 14 on 5 from the left. So again in the head-to-head between these two, Garcia with the 3-shot advantage right now on today's round, but in trouble. Dietrich in pole position on that hole, and of course 16, 17 and 18 to come after that. And as we've seen here with this man Danny Willett, 18 can have its victims and there can be a very, very big swing. Cantor putting for eagle, Willett taking a second drop on this hole.
Yeah, playing 5 up and down to make 6. Oh, it'd be a horrible way to finish if he made 7. 6 would be hard to swallow. Could he chip in for the 5? So much. And he's just looking to find a nice little spot to drop it in, so he gets the perfect lie. Normally very good around the green with his wedge play. Feel confident he can get this close. But there's extra pressure on it. He does not want a double bogey after all that good work today that he's done. Really go down the pan.
Yeah, a couple of bogeys on the card at 4 and 15 for Willett, but with those 6 birdies and the way he's putted, all in all, it's been a positive day. Doesn't want to take too much of the shine off of that here.
He's just popped it up on a little upslope, so that's good news. So he can certainly get enough height. It's uphill to the green. Go on, chip it in. Oh, he's having a nightmare on the hole. Stay there, don't come back. Don't come. Could get back in the water.
I was just wondering, does that gather enough pace to get down there? No, it doesn't. Fortunately, it will just hang on, but that's up against that little collar of rough. That makes the next shot no picnic either. Garcia down the left of 15. So the ball, we think, is just under one of those trees that was just to the left of the picture there as we were looking down the hole.
So he's walking away to the right. So he's just going to have a look at the right edge. One side of him is just doing this to cool down. The other is to see where he's going to leave it if he pops it out the trees on that side. Now, come on, Danny. You've had absolutely 5 horrid blows up the hole so far. Now playing 6. Oh, goodness.
I wasn't expecting to see quite so much height on that shot.
Well, it's pretty warm out there. The last thing you want to do is finish with a snowman.
Yeah, he'll be warm enough already, but now running hot, you would imagine.
Yeah. I wonder what the caddy's thinking. My bonus is just going out the window at a very rapid rate.
Yeah, he's currently tied 25th, Danny Willett, but 7 under par. If he double bogeys and goes to 5 under par, that would cost him at this stage 10 spots. But right now, Laurie Cantor has this eagle putt. Big swing.
Oh, you're joking. Jim, if he made 3 there and Willett misses, it's a 5-shot swing. So, you know, sometimes when you're thinking, oh, this guy's got the tournament while he's leading by a couple, that's not always the way.
And that's what's so good about this closing stretch and the Earth course. You just never know. So a 68 for Laurie Cantor. Back in 32, the Englishman. That's excellent. So he finishes 7 under par, currently in that tie for 25th, as we join Sergio Garcia in the undergrowth.
I think he might try and play away to the right of the green. If you get this on the front right section, sometimes people actually play for bunkers, but I think the bunkers here a little bit harder to get it up and down. I don't think he can get this on the green. Oh, he's actually hit it too far and hit it into the bunker. I don't think he was wanting that.
It's so difficult when the backswing, you're hitting bits of shrub on the way back as well as on the way down.
This for a 7, a double bogey putt for Willett. Oh. Well, it kind of sums up his year a little bit. A lot of good, but so much pain in it.
So, after what was a really good round for the most part from Danny Willett, a closing 8. And he signs for a 71. That drops him back to 4 under par. He goes from a tie to 25th as he was stood on the tee to a tie for 39th as things stand right now.
Yeah, he's got to just take the positives out of the other 17 holes and ignore the one bad hole as he looks to next season, a very exciting next season. exciting next season for many reasons.
Indeed, the DP World Tour, as the European Tour will be known from tomorrow, really, as we head down to South Africa. The Joburg Open kicks off the 2022 season. Thomas Dietrich looking to finish off the 2021 season in style over these next few holes, and Garcia just hoping to get up and down and save his par. He still hasn't had a drop shot, Garcia, today. Somewhat unbelievably, of the quartet of players we've followed, he is the only one blemish-free.
Interesting, it was these run of holes, though, that at the end of the round yesterday cost him dear. And we were watching earlier on, Willett also tried to force the pace on this, go for a big tee shot, knocked it into the trees. Garcia went the other side, looks like he might make bogey. Doesn't put you in the right frame of mind to play a sporty last three round here.
Well, we're looking ahead. Sergio Garcia hasn't had any birdies in the final three holes this week, and the bogey finish yesterday, so it's not a closing stretch that has been kind to him here.
No, and he would have gone into this hole thinking I can bird it, having birded it the three previous occasions.
And 10-1 to make the putt, save his par and keep the bogey off of the card. It would be quite a Sergio Garcia thing to do, though, to roll this one in. We've seen it once or twice, even just today, where he's looked frustrated and then followed it with something that miraculously saves a par.
He's got to summon a bit of energy here to just keep himself steady, get this out the middle of the putter face, give it a good roll. Oh, and an excellent effort. Oh, my goodness me, that was close.
Good try, but first bogey of the day for Sergio Garcia. Drops him back to 9 under par for the tournament. So look at where the putts have been made from on this green. The green dots are those that have found the bottom of the cup. Dietrich, 17 feet and 8 inches. It would be the longest putt made on this green so far today if he were to roll it in. It would also get him within a shot of Sergio Garcia. So he never got it running at the hole with any pace. 4 birdies, 9 pars and 2 bogeys. That's the tail of the tape for Thomas Dietrich today, and he stays 7 under par, so a couple of shots back of his playing partner Sergio Garcia. And Matt Fitzpatrick has joined Rory Mcilroy at the top of the leaderboard. Fitzpatrick out in 31, a birdie at the 10th. Rory Mcilroy, well, he's given that shot back that he picked up at the 2nd with a bogey on the 4th. He's at 14 under par where he started today. Fitzpatrick's joined him. Collin Morikawa, who now looks odds on to finish top of the race to Dubai. Something pretty monumental would have to happen for that not to be the case. He's level par for his round so far. Laurie Cantor, part of our European Tour Betcast coverage today with that 68, has improved his position. So look at the 16th hole, Warren, and plenty of bunkers in play and a really interesting green.
Yes, water behind, but 316 to carry that centre bunker. That's their aiming point. A couple of ways you can get at that flag today. You can use the contours left of the flag, or you can go straight at it if you're brave. Dietrich, look at the height of that drive. And, oh, nice bounce over the top of it, over the top of the sand.
So Garcia needs to banish the errant tee shot on the previous hole and a few others this week from his mind. Longest drive this week, 381 yards. And it was that man, Rory Mcilroy, on this hole. A couple of pars and a bogey for the Spaniard on here this week.
Have to miss the bunker. Knocking in that bunker brings all sorts of things into the equation. It's the fairway down right's not too bad. Don't really want to go into the left rough. Is it cutting? Ooh. Hope he's got a. I think he's got a stance there.
Yeah.
Just.
It does look close to the edge of that bunker, doesn't it? Obviously, the camera angle and the slope may be playing tricks on us, but
well, if it did finish right on the edge, the lip's so deep, the only chance would be to play it left-handed.
That's what Matt Fitzpatrick had to do in that challenge video I mentioned earlier with Ian Poulter and Shane Lowry. Had to play a few shots with a left-handed club in the nearest the pin challenge. Ian Poulter used a hickory. Shane Lowry had to use a kiddies 3-wood, little short sawn-off 3-wood.
Some players are very talented. I always remember Sandy Lyle. He could hit it easily right-handed, but he could turn the club round the other way. Left-handed, hit it 150 yards up the fairway pretty easily. Very, very gifted player, Sandy Lyle. Famous quote from Seve Ballesteros: if we all play our best, Sandy wins by 5, but I come second.
I love that quote. So we're seeing the Race to Dubai standings coming into this week, just filtering through, and this surge from Matt Fitzpatrick's actually making things rather interesting, because now Collin Morikawa does actually need a good finish. If Fitzpatrick wins, he can still top the Race to Dubai. To stop him doing that, Morikawa would have to be inside the top 9. So obviously it depends a little bit on how many ties there would be as well. But Collin Morikawa currently tied 8th. Matt Fitzpatrick tied for the lead. So it could get pretty interesting.
I think at the moment Morikawa would still be tipped to be first.
As it stands right now, Morikawa would still be top. And of course for Fitzy, he absolutely has to win. Second isn't enough for Fitzpatrick.
Yeah.
He's 10 holes into his round. The likes of Rory McIlroy, JB Hansen, Bob McIntyre, Alexander Bjork, Sam Horsfield in the chasing pack. Only sort of 5 or 6 holes in. And that is a look at that sporty finish that you like here, Warren. Holes 16, 17 and 18.
Yeah, well, they call for so many different things, don't they? 16, we know you've got to hit a really good tee shot over the water for the approach. 17's always a tough par 3. That 18th, well, we've seen Danny Willett make an 8 in our coverage today. At the same time, we saw Laurie Cantor almost make eagle. So there can be a massive swing.
And that's that pin position on 16 over on the right hand side. A little bit of slope to the left of it that you can use to feed the ball in closer. Dietrich hitting an excellent tee shot. Yeah, there's enough room there for Garcia to take his stance.
I mean, there's definitely 5 yards of wind here, so that 63 is playing 67, 68, so...
So 5 yards of wind according to the caddy.
He's just got a stance, hasn't he? Maybe this one left of the flag.
I don't think the wind hurt that ball flight quite as much as Garcia and his caddy were expecting. Thomas Dietrich 4-1 on to make par, 9-2 birdie or better. Not an easy pin to get it particularly close to, and he's only hit 1 of 15 inside 10 feet today. But he's given himself a great view. He's fired it straight at the pin. Maybe we will see that birdie for Thomas Dietrich. Fitzpatrick with the really fast start today, turning in 31, picking up another birdie as well. He's just parred the 11th. So 7 holes to go. How low do you think he realistically needs to post to have any chance of winning this tournament, and with it perhaps taking the Race to Dubai title?
Well, it's always tough projecting, isn't it? Well, I have to keep with what I thought, which was 18 under. If we have a look at the putting prowess of Garcia today.
It was a slow start for him. That was his first birdie of the day at 6, at 7. He would go back to back, rolling this one in after a nice little pitch up to the par 5.
Nice rhythm to the stroke, nice speed. Had a good save putt on the 8th. Tough par 4 the 12th. Second shot coming up the hill, absolute gem. That would be another birdie there.
And he was starting to warm to the task at this point. There'd be some frustrations early on. He'd flubbed a chip as well. But this one finds the bottom of the cup. And it would be 3 birdies on the bounce on the 14th, the par 5. Left of the green into, great touch there. He would convert that. Unfortunately, a dropped shot on the 15th. He's 4 under for the round, 9 under for the tournament. With a lengthy birdie attempt here on the 16th. He did say he's never finished outside the top 21 in this tournament. Garcia, been in 9 times before, currently tied 15th on 9 under, but obviously a lot of players behind him still out on the course, lots of scoring opportunities. Might need to pick up at least 1 shot between here and the clubhouse if he wants to finish inside the top 20 this week.
Down a big slope here and down the green. Just a smooth roll required. Needs a smooth run through the fringe. pretty useful.
It wasn't one that he could really get too aggressive with. He's knocked it inside the dustbin lid. Dietrich, though, with a far better look for birdie. Excellent drive. Fired his approach straight at the pin as well, just quarter, half a club shy. He's 17 to 10 to hold this. 4 birdies already today for the Belgian. 14 feet. I fancy this one might head south, Warren.
Well, he's got to make one, you get a feeling. He's had a few really good opportunities. Once you get inside that magical distance, I always think 15 feet. That's the comfortable range where you can relax. You've even got a chance to swing the putter, get a good speed. Just didn't get the line.
It's somewhat typical of Dietrich. He hasn't missed anything silly, but he hasn't hold. There was one good putt he holed earlier, but nothing overly unexpected has gone in and nothing silly has been missed. It's just been a very average day on the greens, which is often the way.
That's the frustrating thing that he must find, because everyone recognises he's got the talent all round. It's just putting it together. You compare his round with the battling round that Garcia's got hold of today, and you see why he has won so much throughout his career. It's the days that you're not playing well that you can score well and still get it round and still be sub 70. Yeah,
sounds a bit silly, but
magnificent rounds.
If Garcia was putting for
oh yeah
Dietrich today on the greens, they'd probably be 7 or 8 under potentially.
If it was it's almost if Garcia could manage Dietrich's round for him.
So Sam Horsfield, you saw there on the first page of the leaderboard, playing in the final group alongside Rory Mcilroy, but he's 1 over par through 5 holes to slip back to 12 under. It's still Fitzpatrick and Mcilroy tied at the top. Grant Forrest and Garrett Higo in with 67s today. Garcia has moved himself up to that tie for 15th. Can he improve upon that over the remaining couple of holes? Thomas Dietrich, 7 under par, alongside Laurie Cantor, who we had in our European Tour Betcast live coverage this morning at the DP World Tour Championship. Tommy Fleetwood as well.
Horschel and Reed there, the 2 Americans. They were hoping for a good week. It's not happened. Just goes to show you just can't come over and think it's easy pickings. Although they've both had good seasons. That was a wonderful win for Horschel and that BMW PGA.
Yeah, Horschel was second in the race to Dubai coming into this week.
Tyrrell Hatton, 4-time winner of Rolex events. Okay, not going to be in the top 25.
And Danny Willett, you can see there, 39th. The damage that was done by that triple bogey 8 on the final hole.
Richard Bland, a winner this season. More top 10s and more top 5s than any other player this year. How old is he?
48.
Fantastic season.
And having dropped back to the Challenge Tour in 2019 as well, an incredible comeback.
31, 79.
So a little look at where the flag is cut and back towards that tee on the 17th, the penultimate hole of the European Tour season for these two players. Sergio Garcia, the over under 10.5 feet. 9 to 1 that he knocks this inside 10.5 feet. Do you like that, 9 to 1, Warren?
Well, I was just having a look.
Yeah, but with a bit
Coming into this event,
not far off a full one, I think.
percentages of greens hit by Garcia on par 3, 72%. For Dietrich, 73%. So slightly, in terms of just hitting the green, will he hit it closer?
Oh, Dietrich's 11 to 1 as opposed to 9, so a little bit more value in this man.
I think that might be right today. Oh, he's not hit the green. Oh well.
So Dietrich couldn't do it at 11 to 1. Can Garcia at 9 to 1?
Well, you can see they're aiming left of the flag. They don't want to knock it in the right-hand bunker hole high. That would be tricky. So it's just forcing them a little left, and if you just tug it a wee bit, then you're down the slope.
3 approaches inside 10 feet for Garcia so far today. Can he make it 4 at 9 to 1 odds? The reaction would suggest not.
Also missed left, so neither hit the green.
I reckon you could have got relatively generous odds on neither of them hitting the green. Never mind inside 10.5 feet.
So he's just trying to, he's holding the club there, I just haven't got the feel, I just haven't got the delivery, the club, just, he's probably trying to rack through his brains all his little key swing thoughts. What can I do to get that feel back?
Thomas Dietrich's qualified for the DP World Tour Championship the last 3 years, so this the 4th year. He's finished tied 29th, tied 28th and 29th in his first 3 appearances here, so pretty similar, and at the moment he lies 23rd, so maybe a best finish in 4 visits for Dietrich in this event. A little update on the live in-play odds in the outright winner market. Well, McIlroy is now 11 to 10. He's still the favourite, but his odds have lengthened somewhat. He was odds on not too long ago, and Matt Fitzpatrick 5 to 1. So he's tied for the lead right now, Fitzpatrick, but you can get 5 to 1 if you think he can do enough in his remaining 7 holes to win the thing.
It's not a bad shout, because the thing about Fitzpatrick, on greens as good as this, he's probably one of the best putters in, well, he must be one of the best putters in the field, renowned.
Well, there we go. McIlroy, though, now evens. Fitzpatrick 5 to 1, McIntyre 11 to 2. Morikawa is 12 to 1. Is your money still on Rory McIlroy, Warren?
It is at the moment, because I think a lot will depend on his next hole. He's playing the par 5. Then he's got 2 tricky holes. I mean, 8's no easy 4. 9 is a tough par 4. He's got to get through that. And then you start the running on the back 9. But, yeah, Rory still has to be favourite. But he's being pushed to the wire. He's not, this is not a gift. He's going to have to play some.
Get out of the way, mate. Can you get out of the way for me? Where? Just lay it down.
Dietrich and Garcia with work to do to save their pars here on the 17th. Both missing the putting surface. Garcia picks up 0.071 shots per round around the greens and strokes gained.
Okay, as you were. Thank you, mate.
Dietrich 0.02. And you can see the good record there, the number of top 10 finishes but without the win yet, Warren, what is it that Dietrich needs to do to break through into the winner's circle?
Find a good short game coach and become red hot around the green. I just think, I've thought that for a few years. You know, he's okay around the green. He's not a bad short game player, but he's not red hot. He's got the long game in spades. I mean, it's just not a thing you would think he needs to worry about. Good rhythm, good grace, got plenty of power. But here, can he get it up and down?
So there's been one other ball pretty close to Dietrich's, and they made bogey from there. 3 balls by the looks of it in the bunker that Garcia's found. One managed to save his par, one didn't.
Well, Garcia in the bunker. Out of the 2, Garcia has the harder shot. The fact that he's got a lot of green to work with here. Going it's a couple of ways. You would think pitch it about a third of the way on the green, have it running at the hole. He could decide to fly it a little further up there.
Dietrich going first, 6-4 on to get up and down for that par.
Yep. And you can see that's, yeah, it's a handsome shot. He's played it well. Can't knock him for that. Does he do it consistently enough? Does he do it week in, week out, over 4 rounds?
And he's left it in that sort of distance where you will miss a few of those as well through the course of the season. If you can knock that short game shot into 2 or 3 feet, you're not going to miss too many of them. But once you start getting to 5, 6, 7, 8 feet, Garcia will do well to knock this one inside 3 feet, you would think.
Yes, it's just trying to get the spin out of these bunkers. It's just a little bit unreliable.
Oh, go, 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 go. Oh my God, go. Go.
Yeah. It's just come out a little bit soft.
Yeah, he gets up and down from the sand just under 50% of the time.
So it looks like he's heading for one of those really poor finishes. We talked about the 3 bogey finishes to his round yesterday. He's now bogeyed 15. Needs to hold a good putt here to stop a bogey. And then you're thinking of maybe what Willett did at the last.
Yeah, well, he's not birdied 18 yet this week, Sergio Garcia.
Well, because of the way he's putted today, 4 to 9 on, that he pops this one in, but ooh. Can you keep doing it?
I was literally just about to say, you do get to the stage where you start thinking, well, you can't hold all of them, surely.
And he has held all of them,
yeah,
up to now. I mean, okay, the one at 15 he missed, but I mean, that was from 20 feet.
Yeah, you can't keep putting this amount of pressure on yourself and expect to save every time. So
what's this, 10, 11 feet?
But you can bet your bottom dollar he'll be giving it everything, even at this stage, not in contention, trying to eke out every last shot to finish as high as he can on the leaderboard.
Well, I tell you, this is some display this week from putting, and what a great up and down. And there's the difference again. You know, he's just digging deep.
I think it's well worth keeping an eye on Sergio Garcia heading into next season. If he continues to putt like this, I mean, we know there have been some big misses off the tee. That's been the problem this week, but
he'll get that back.
He'll get that back. And if this putting form stays with him,
yep,
a Garcia that's firing off the tee alongside putting like that would take some beating, even in the biggest events.
Well, yeah, could be worth another major.
Oh, I wasn't quite going to say it, but I'm glad you did. I'm glad you put it out there.
Well, he's got the game. He's got the game from tee to green.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, well done. Well, two very good up and downs.
So Dietrich makes the par, 2 under for the day, 7 under for the tournament. Garcia 4 under for the day, heading to 18.
And he has to birdie the 18th once in 4 rounds, surely.
Well, you would hope so, but in their head-to-head, a couple of shots difference. You might think Garcia's got this one wrapped up, but as we saw from our other group in the European Tour Betcast coverage today, a 4 for Laurie Cantor to an 8 for Danny Willett. Things can change on the 18th. Right now, it's Matt Fitzpatrick and Rory Mcilroy tied at the top of the DP World Tour Championship. Fitzpatrick's come into 7-2. McIlroy still evens. Paul Casey having a decent round, a decent week. 4 under today, 11 under into the top 10. His caddy John McLaren told me before the start of the week he'd secretly added half a degree of loft to Paul Casey's putter. He played last week on the fire course here in the Abu Dhabi Championship. McLaren noticed that Casey into the grain just wasn't getting the ball rolling purely as quickly as they would have liked. That extra little bit of loft helps get the ball rolling, especially into the grain, and it seems to have paid dividends. Another good showing from Paul Casey this week, who of course won the Amiga Dubai Desert Classic not too far from here at the start of this year. So things bubbling up nicely at the DP World Tour Championship. Just 1 hole left in our European Tour Betcast coverage, and this is that hole.
Well, you can see they can drive it further over the last 2 days because they have moved up the tee. Now, Dietrich has played this hole in 7-5-5, and Garcia has played the hole in 5-5-6. Neither one of them have made a birdie. Where's your money?
Well,
are they going to hit a fairway?
I could conceivably see them both missing the fairway here, I have to be honest.
I've got to be honest too, I don't see them hitting the fairway either.
Yeah, I don't mind 13-8 there for them both to miss the fairway. Obviously not good vibes on the tee the way they've played it this week.
But we've seen Cantor up the left rough. It's quite light, so bombing up the left side.
Garcia 11-8 on to win the hole. Dietrich 21-20 on, so he's gone up the right-hand side.
Me, wow.
Well, that's a brave shot.
That's absolutely marmalised it. I wonder what Sergio will do now. Might make him think, you know what, if he's gone outside, he's carried it that far, I can do that.
I'm almost tempted to tell him to aim up the right, because he's missing left anyway, so aim up the right, hit a straight one, you're fine. If you pull it like you have on a lot of tee shots, maybe you'll find the left bit of fairway.
So aim at the creek, right in the middle.
Further right. Aim at the right-hand side.
Yeah. He's tried to go for it. Not sure he's caught this.
A few little ripples of applause. Ooh.
Bounce back in there.
Cuts back in, so.
Oh, it cuts back in. Maybe it's okay. They don't know.
JB Hansen in 3rd spot, just a shot off the lead. Well, before last week's Abu Dhabi Championship, Hansen wasn't even in the top 60, won last week, and having another fantastic effort. It's been a really good day for Sergio Garcia. Started with 5 pars. He was a little frustrated, but then this club started to turn up. Rolled this long one in for a 2 on the 6th. That got things underway for him.
A nice pitch to here on the par 5 7th, gave him the opportunity of another birdie, which he took. Lovely rhythm to the stroke.
This was his approach into the 12th. A really difficult hole, long approach uphill. No problem for Garcia though.
It was the start of a run of 3 birdies on the bounce. 2 birdies on the bounce on the front 9, 1 better on the back 9. This lovely little chip in, which eradicated any bad thoughts he had about the fluff chip that he had in the 8th.
And then the par 5 coming up next. This is where he was in 2 blows. Soft hands. Judged the release beautifully. And that one would also find the bottom of the cup for his 3rd birdie on the bounce.
In the bunker, the back of the green on 17. Just outside 10 feet, that putt there, but he holed it for par. But he had dropped a shot on 15.
So Garcia 9 under par. Coming up the 18th, but has he found the water off the tee? And it is off the tee where he's had his troubles today. He's hit 7 of 14 fairways, but when he's missed, he's tended to miss reasonably big.
I think he's going to be, is that his ball there? Ooh.
Oh, I can't tell. No. Is that in the water? Is it not in the water from the graphic? Well, we've had 2 eagles today, one from the right, one from the left. Dietrich in prime position to give himself a putt for eagle as well, but where is Garcia?
Well, if that's the white ball, it looks like it's on the edge. Oh, no, it's in.
So we could see another turnaround like in our previous match bet between the 2 ball groups. Willett in pole position heading up the 18th. Cantor ended up winning that one. Garcia 2-shot advantage today over Thomas Dietrich, 4 under to 2 under, but going rock pooling.
Well, changing rules, you can move loose stones, you can't move embedded stones. So does he feel he can play it out? The thing is, we know that even if he takes a drop, he can get home. So I don't know why he's contemplating, thinking about playing it.
Well, it sounds like he thinks he can.
The only reason I think he thinks he can play, if he gets it further up the course, he's got more loft in his hand to play the 3rd, so he's got more control. But
what's the element of risk, and is it worth it?
Yeah, well, it's risk and reward. If he goes left, it's not such a good angle in.
Yeah, now you can move.
Oh, the shoes are coming off.
You can ground the club and you can move.
I was on the 18th green earlier this week, and I did think that stream looked very tempting for a little paddle.
No, you wouldn't be doing it if you didn't know. You can move loose impediments on hazards now, huh?
Yeah, he knows the rules.
It's not like ground and then you have to like. If it's just like loose, you pick it up.
Yeah. No, por eso voy movido.
He's got to take the socks off as well. The whole thing.
I mean, at this stage, I'd be tempted just to play the rest of the hole barefoot once you've got them off this close to home. Shoes and socks off, trousers rolled up. Well, he's ready to hit the beach once he's finished, certainly. He's got the photographers interested.
Yeah, well, they don't see this too often, do they? This is meat and drink to them. Oh, he's got his feet in the water, you can hear that. Well, that'll cool them off anyway. It is warm out there.
It does look like he's shaping up that he would have to go up the left-hand side, maybe.
It's just seeing whether he can go up. What we can't see is whether the ball's in the water. If the ball's in the water, that's a really hard shot. But if it's just on a bit of mud or sand, then it's playable. The other thing you worry about is the follow-through. You're going to hit a stone. Don't be injuring yourself at the end of the year, Sergio.
I think so.
Well, he's been pretty committed to taking it on since he got there. And he's got it out quite clean. So he is able to advance it further down the hole. So more loft going in for the third.
Might have to do a little bit of work on the sole of the club. He gets back home, just smooth out any dents. Up the hill for Dietrich, 192, just can only be a 6-iron.
9-2 on for birdie or better.
Yeah, he's got an eagle putt. Well, that shows you how the hole can be played.
Well, I think we can assume it will be at least a birdie to close out for Thomas Dietrich.
I was thinking how Rory Mcilroy might play the hole. Much harder hole for someone like Fitzpatrick, who hits a lower ball flight.
So Dietrich has a very makeable look for eagle. Garcia just drying his feet after going for a little paddle to play a shot from inside that stream. He did manage to advance it up the left-hand side. So there is a chance of a two-shot swing here. And a two-shot swing in Dietrich's favour would level today's match bet between the two.
Just having a look at the leading scores. Rory didn't birdie the 7th. He's only had one birdie, one bogey on the front 9. The least number of birdies this week he's had on the front 9 is 3. So he's got a birdie 8 and 9 if he wants to have the same number of birdies that he's had all week.
Well, good luck with that on 9.
Exactly. So it's going to hot up to be rather a fine contest on the back 9.
It is. I wonder, have you ever slipped your shoes and socks off to play a shot, Warren?
Yeah. Yes. A few times.
I seem to remember Henrik Stenson stripping off down to his pants to play a shot a few years ago.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever gone that far.
And I think it was because he was going to get a lot of mud up, but I'm not sure I'm that bothered about the cleaning of any of my clothes that I'd strip off down to my pants in the middle of a golf tournament.
Yeah.
So how far has Garcia got?
He's going to have about 160. Oh, we're hearing 139 he's got. So he's just within wedge distance.
And 11-4 on is the favourite from here. 16-5, birdie or better. Bogey or worse, you can get it 13-2. You wouldn't expect to see that. I mean, he's putted well, so you're not necessarily thinking right now, well, he needs to knock it in stiff to make that birdie. Anything inside sort of 20 feet today, and you'd give him a more than fair chance of holing it.
Yeah, the mistake here is coming up short. 139 to go, but it's going to probably play more like 145. Got to be thinking about pitching this past the flag, but you don't want to miss the plateau. You don't want to go too long. So a little right of the flag is still okay. Gone all out. Yeah. Can't believe it's flown that far. But he had to do that, had to go a little bit long. It's come down the slope at least. So he couldn't get it inside Dietrich's, and that shows you how good a shot the Belgians just played.
And they're not on a too dissimilar line, either those putts, so Garcia going first might give Dietrich a little bit of a read on what his eagle try is going to do.
Well, you know, from Laurie Cantor's, I mean, it's a big swinging putt from right to left. He put that pin on 18 at the bottom of the plateau. I remember a few years ago, Justin Rose hit it right on the very back edge of the green, and he hit the putt so it just crept to the top of the slope, and it ran down over the hill, and I can't remember now whether he actually holed it or ran it round the edge, but it was a magnificent putt.
Great to see the young fans out there enjoying the opportunity to see their heroes playing. So key in inspiring the next generation. I think Sergio might have just popped a little signature on his glove there as well. One very lucky youngster watching might be getting that as a gift at the end of the round. So it's 27 feet for Garcia, just 12 feet for Dietrich for his eagle. You can see where the putts have been made from. One very good one at the back of the green coming over the ridge. So Dietrich well within range of a big finish. So currently 7 under Dietrich. If he were to hold that putt and get to 9 under, that would jump him from 23rd to 15th. Garcia 6-1 to make this putt, 9-1 on that he misses. And bearing in mind how much swing there is in this, again, as we said earlier, just to reiterate, not just about the distance of the putt, but the break and the swing as well, the speed. And this one has got a lot of break in it, so 6-1 for me is not ringing my bell.
I find it hard to disagree with you.
I think if Sergio was inside 20 feet, or you know, even at 12 feet, where Dietrich is, the way he's putted today, I'd be tempted to suggest it was worth a few quid. Even, of course, it would be shorter than 6-1 odds, but he is in that range now where it becomes far more speculative. See the slope in the green coming in there off the left-hand side of the picture, off the right, as Sergio Garcia will be playing this putt. This then for an adventurous birdie out of the creek. Stays above ground. Now Thomas Dietrich, and it's 13-10. Well, he's not been quite as effective on the greens today, Dietrich, as his playing partner. So Garcia does tap in for, well, a reasonable 5, all things considered, having taken a trip to the water feature. That's a back 9 of 34, the same on the way out, 68. 4 under par today, and he stays 9 under par total, currently in a tie for 15th.
And not having made a birdie on the final hole all week, he then played it at 1 over. Can he make this putt, Dietrich? Has to hole one, surely. On the high side.
And he was up and out of it. He knew it wasn't coming back from where he started it. 2 great shots in though. A tap in for birdie for Thomas Dietrich. That is a round of 69. 3 under today. He goes to 8 under total, tie for 19th as things stand. That also means that Sergio Garcia takes the head-to-head. He was the favourite for the low round of these two as we got underway this morning, and that's how it's panned out.
And you've got to say, in the end, probably his short game around the green, besting the Belgian, and that's why I'm sure.
Well, it's interesting. Garcia might almost feel like he's played worse than Dietrich there, and Dietrich might feel like he's played better, but you look at the scores and that's not quite reflected. But here are the scores at the top of the leaderboard. DP World Tour Championship, the 40th and final event of the 2021 European Tour season. And right now it's Rory McIlroy and Matt Fitzpatrick tied. It is so tight though. It's going to be an incredible final round. Head over to the full live coverage to check it out. Thank you for joining us all week on the European Tour. Betcast live from the DP World Tour Championship.